Chapter 346. Although Ling Xiao had broken through to the king class, he could already condense his qi into a weapon at any time and use it to attack any enemy or object within 1,000 meters. With his low-level king class strength, the 5 elemental energy, and the wind elemental speed, he could already fight against any king class opponent. Moreover, he had the mystical spiritual energy, and even an earth sovereign could kill him. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally felt that he had the ability to protect his life. Ling Xiao landed in front of the tomb, and a black medicine cauldron appeared in front of him. Let me see if I can break this restriction with my current strength. Ling Xiao murmured. His king-class aura surged, and the surrounding spiritual energy quickly gathered. Go! Ling Xiao raised the medicine cauldron high, and all the spiritual energy gathered on it. Then, he swung the medicine cauldron at the entrance of the restriction. Rumble! The area in front of the restriction trembled, and the divine splendor of the restriction was pushed back by the medicine cauldron. Unfortunately, it only lasted for a moment, and the divine splendor of the restriction crisscrossed again, as if it had not been damaged at all. The restriction set up by 5 heavenly venerables is indeed terrifying, Ling Xiao said indifferently as he put away the medicine cauldron. At this time, the Demon Emperor's voice sounded again. I didn't expect Master to have obtained the Obsidian Divine Cauldron. It's a pity that this cauldron is not an offensive weapon. Otherwise, this restriction would not have been able to withstand this blow. I didn't expect you to have such foresight to be able to recognize the Obsidian Divine Cauldron, Ling Xiao said, slightly surprised. Master, you underestimate this old servant. Every divine weapon is earth-shattering, and their names are known far and wide. This servant has naturally heard of them, but I have never obtained a divine weapon. Even if I had a suitable divine weapon, this old servant would not have fallen into such a predicament back then. The Demon Emperor sighed. It can't be. You are a dignified Demon Emperor, but you don't have a suitable divine weapon? Ling Xiao asked in astonishment. How powerful was the mystic Tharch-Tier? Could it be that even a demon Thearcha's cultivation could not possess a saint artifact? The Demon Emperor replied, Master, you've misunderstood. I naturally have a few saint artifacts in my collection, but unfortunately, they were obtained from killing enemies in the past. These few aren't suitable for my attribute saint artifacts. I originally wanted to upgrade my battle blade to a saint artifact when I became a saint, but unfortunately, I see. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. Any martial artist who had a weapon that suited them would naturally be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort in battle. However, if they used a weapon that didn't suit them, they wouldn't be able to display the true power of that weapon. Just like Luo Baxing, he hadn't been able to use a third of the invisible serpentine form's power. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have died long ago. Master, it's best if you don't reveal your divine cauldron in front of others in the future. Quite a few people know what's good and what's not. Once you meet an expert, you won't be able to die even if you have 10 lives. Even some super sects and powerful families will drool over it, warned the Demon Emperor. Ling Xiao stroked the cauldron's wall and sighed. I know. As the saying goes, an ordinary man is innocent, but he will get into trouble because of his wealth. Ling Xiao understood this principle. No matter what kind of divine artifact it was already something that could be called a god. It was extremely rare in this world, and its number was extremely limited. Any martial artist who obtained it would be able to greatly increase their combat strength. And this medicinal cauldron was a divine artifact that alchemists dreamed of obtaining. It was just that he didn't know why it had fallen into the hands of the Ling family's ancestor. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't think that far ahead. He didn't even know if he could leave this secret realm. So who would come to covet his divine cauldron? This forbidden area can't be broken, so I can only think of another way. Ling Xiao looked helplessly at the tomb before turning to leave. Although there was an inheritance inside, it wouldn't be his choice in the end. Furthermore, he didn't have the strength to break the restriction, so he could only be powerless. However, since he already knew that there were many inheritances here, he would definitely be able to break the restriction when he became stronger in the future. He would let the people around him receive the inheritance here. Ling Zhao's decision also confirmed that the people around him had stepped onto the path of the strong. Ling Xiao had already broken through to the low-stage king rank, and he had a guarantee of strength in the vast northwest. However, he was helpless in this uninhabited secret realm. Another few days passed like this. Ling Xiao didn't continue to cultivate, but flew continuously in this secret realm as he blindly searched for a way out. Occasionally, he would practice his techniques in midair to completely consolidate his strength and familiarize himself with the utilization of king-rank spiritual energy. This would make it more convenient for him to fight others in the future. Cloud shadow shadow. Ling Xiao cried out lightly in midair. His feet seemed to be traversing through the air, and he left behind a series of afterimages in midair. These afterimages seemed real and lingered there for a long time. This speed is comparable to a middle-stage king rank expert, and coupled with my wind attribute, even a high-stage king rank expert would find it difficult to catch up to me. Ling Xiao stood still a kilometer away, and he muttered in a carefree manner. After that, he waved his fists and legs again. Waves of flames and cold air constantly bloomed around him, like a sun of ice and fire blooming in the sky. In the sky, there was a burst of sound that could not be heard. After a while, Ling Xiao turned into a ray of light and flew to the main peak of the heaven-suppressing sect. Ling Xiao looked at the pavilion in front of him, which was not damaged at all. He hesitated for a moment, and then walked into the pavilion again. A month ago, he and the people of the three sects entered and took all the Xian weapons and Xian skills here. But in the end, the treasure was fake, which made him puzzled no matter how much he thought about it. He once thought that the real thing might have been taken away by the people who attacked this place, but he didn't understand why those people still put the fake thing up there. Was it just to fool the later generations? Ling Xiao stepped into the pavilion again and directly went to the top floor. Looking at the statue that had already been smashed, he only felt a sense of sadness. After all, this was an outstanding expert of the heaven-suppressing sect, and even his statue was destroyed after his death. Sigh, they really don't have any awareness of environmental protection. Ling Xiao sighed, and with a wave of his hand, a demon blue flame burned towards the statue. Since the statue had been destroyed, Ling Xiao might as well let it disappear completely. ZZ, the 1,000-year Xian stone of the statue, also gradually melted under the demon blue flame. Just as Ling Xiao turned to leave, a ray of divine light bloomed from the broken statue. Xiao Xiao, the divine light dispersed the heaven fire, and the entire pavilion was abnormally bright, like a pagoda. It was extremely magical. Ling Zhao's jaw dropped as he watched the scene unfold before him. The treasure is here. These words flashed in Ling Zhao's mind. He saw that a ball of restriction light isolated the heaven fire, and inside it were a few things, each of which was the same as the previous table. A cyan long sword, a round shield, a roll of animal skin, and 2 bottles. The long sword exuded a domineering aura. The scabbard was verdant, and the dragon's head on the hilt was roaring towards the sky, as if a small dragon could be seen swimming around the sword. The round shield was not large, and it looked simple and unadorned. A dragon's head was on the surface of a shield. The dragon's eyes were intelligent, and its long beard was curled up. The hilt of the shield was like a dragon's tail, giving it an exceptionally noble appearance. There was nothing special about the animal skin scroll. The only thing worth noticing was the small golden thread tied to the scroll, which looked extremely noble. As for the other 2 exquisite bottles, it could be seen at a glance that there were a few thumb-sized pills inside, each pill still intact, the bursts of medicinal power still imprisoned in the bottle. Ling Xiao swallowed hard and walked over, looking at the 4 suspended objects, his eyes all shining. This is really a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Ling Xiao murmured, then took out the obsidian cauldron from his space ring and smashed it towards the light barrier. Divine light crisscrossed, and a loud rumble rang out, shaking the entire pavilion. The barrier here was only used to hide the spiritual essence of the treasures, so it was far weaker than the defensive barrier, so it was directly smashed apart by the medicine cauldron. Xiao. As soon as the barrier was broken, the Azure Dragon Moon, Slashing Sword, and Heavenly Dragon Shield turned into two streaks of light and flew out of the pavilion. They're actually high-grade spirit artifacts. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, grabbing the surrounding world energy with his bare hand, instantly imprisoning the two spirit artifacts. At the same time, he shouted, "Come to me." The two spirit artifacts were unable to break Ling Xiao's imprisonment with their world energy, so they could only obediently come to stand in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao placed the obsidian cauldron in front of the two spirit artifacts, and with a flash of light, the two spirit artifacts' light dissipated, as if they had lost their world energy and instantly fell to the ground. In contrast, the obsidian cauldron was even more dazzling and mysterious. Congratulations, Master. These two are rank 7 spirit artifacts, which belong to the category of high-grade spirit artifacts. The Demon Emperor's voice rang out in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao put away the obsidian cauldron and then picked up the two spirit artifacts. Two streams of warm qi flowed between his palms, making him feel comfortable in his hands. The spiritual qi was overwhelming. This place contains the rare aura of a rank 7 flood dragon. No wonder it could be divided into two to forge a sword and a shield. This must be the life artifact of a peerless expert of the heaven-suppressing sect. Ling Xiao murmured as he looked at the sword and shield, his eyes filled with boundless joy. It's a pity it's a wood attribute. Although it's very suitable for me, I don't have a powerful wood attribute Xian skill, so it's not suitable for me to use. Ling Xiao sighed again and put away the sword and shield. Then he said, "Perhaps I can take this back and give it to the Grand Master to use as our Wood Flag Peak's spirit artifact." Ling Xiao thought of his own Wood Flag Peak. If this sword and shield were given to his Grand Master Xiao Songlin, the power would definitely be comparable to a Heavenly Venerable's battle. With this sword and shield, he could completely suppress the other peaks, and at the same time, it would give Wood Flag Peak something to rely on. Then, Ling Xiao took out the bee skin scroll and untied the golden thread that was tied to the middle of the scroll. This golden thread is as thin as hair, as sharp as a blade, and shines with a golden light. It must be an extraordinary item, Ling Xiao said as he stood on his tiptoes. This is rank 7 golden silk. It's absolutely sharp. If used as an assassination weapon, it would be a good treasure to kill without spilling blood. The Demon Emperor's voice rang out again. Ling Xiao smiled and put away the golden thread. Then he slowly opened the beast skin scroll. As soon as the beast skin scroll was opened, a green light burst out, and 4 simple and bold words floated in the air. Beheading Moon Sword Art. These 4 domineering words appeared. Ling Xiao felt an impulse as he looked at the 4 big blue characters. He really wanted to see how extraordinary the power of the Beheading Moon Sword Art was. It actually dared to use Beheading Moon as its name. Chapter 347. Ling Xiao fixed his eyes on the animal skin scroll. A bright light flashed, and a series of verdant characters, like swimming tadpoles, drilled into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao was caught off guard. A mysterious text flashed in his mind, and he saw a person performing a sword dance in the sky. The figure was the figure of the heaven-suppressing sect's mighty figure, whose statue he had destroyed. His expression was solemn, and his figure was heroic. He stood in the sky, and his green hair fluttered in the wind. He kept waving the sword in his hand, and every strike was aimed at the moon in the sky. The silhouettes of the beautiful moons were all chopped into pieces by his invisible sword chi. It was as if the real silver moon had been destroyed in front of him. Every strike was tearing space apart. Every strike was enough to overturn rivers and seas. Every strike could destroy heaven and earth. Every strike could break through the sky and shatter the moon. His peerless heroic appearance made people have the urge to worship him. The beast skin scroll in Ling Xiao's hand had already disappeared, but he was still comprehending the essence of every strike. After a long time, Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes slightly. At the same time, a green sword appeared in his hand, and a bright green light shot into the sky. Ling Xiao's black hair danced in the wind, and his sword turned into a rainbow. It was like a moon or a dragon, roaring endlessly. The pavilion had long been set up with a powerful restriction. Back then, Tianxing's silver falcon mirror and Luo Baxing's hidden snake sword couldn't cause any damage to it. However, under Ling Xiao's casual strike, a huge crack appeared in the pavilion. He waved his sword, and sword chi shot out in all directions. First, moon-slaying sword, picking flowers and playing with the moon. This move looked ordinary, but the sword in his hand was like a flower petal that kept swaying, as if it was teasing the moon in the sky. It kept entangling with the moon, and the sword move rippled continuously. Second, moon-slaying sword, moon-falling flowers. This move continued the essence of the previous move, but it was much more powerful than the first move. The sword move turned into countless flower petals that were like sharp blades and directly pierced the moon into pieces. Third, slashing moon sword, meteor chasing moon. This move was similar to the third move of the tyrant style, sword meteor. It was extremely domineering and extraordinary as it tore through the sky with the momentum of chasing the stars and chasing the moon. Fourth blade, desolate lunar storm. This move was extremely complicated and profound. It was like the rotation of time, and the eras were stacked on top of each other until the stars and moon shattered, and all things returned to the void. It was impossible to use this move unless one had reached the realm of the unity of heaven and man. Fifth, moon-slaying sword, moon-splitting thunder. This was the most powerful move of the moon-severing sword. It could directly split space, shatter the void, slash through the silver moon, and split the earth. By relying on Ling Xiao's strength at the king rank, he was only able to execute the first three moves, and these three moves had already blasted the pavilion that had restrictions beneath it into powder. Moreover, even the buildings in an area of 50 kilometers had been swept away and destroyed. Strands of sword chi that shot out horizontally left numerous savage and enormous marks on the ground. Ling Xiao held his sword behind his back and landed on the peak of the mountain with one foot. He shone with the radiance of the sun, and a light breeze blew past, causing his clothes to flutter. His whole person looked elegant and handsome. It really lives up to its name of moon severing. The first three moves are already not weaker than the tyrant style. The last two moves are even more difficult to grasp. I'm afraid that I still need to reach the Earth's sovereign rank to be able to use them. Ling Xiao murmured as he looked at the endless sky. The moon-severing sword art was a high-grade purple-tier mystic skill. It belonged to the wood attribute sword art. There was probably not a single purple-tier mystic skill in the entire Northwest. Presumably, it was because of this profound sword art that the heaven-suppressing sect had been exterminated. However, if the heaven-suppressing sect's celestial venerables had learned this moon-severing sword art, coupled with the azure dragon moon's severing sword and the heavenly dragon shield, even the mystic arch would have had a chance. How could the entire sect have been exterminated? Ling Xiao did not think about those things from 10,000 years ago. He only knew that he had obtained another high-grade mystic skill. Besides the soul-controlling art and the three-part divine finger that he had yet to completely cultivate, he truly relied on it. However, Ling Xiao knew that if he did not use the Azure Dragon Moon's severing sword, the power that he could use would definitely not be this terrifying. Perhaps it would only be a little stronger than the Tyrant Style's 3 swords and the Unyielding Snow's 6 secrets. Although the power of the Devil Blade 8 style was terrifying, he could not use it. Otherwise, it would be unimaginable for him to fall into the Devil Dao. Now that he used the Azure Dragon Moon severing sword art and the Moon severing sword art, even a low-level Earth Sovereign would have to retreat. After all, the Azure Dragon Moon's severing sword was a high-grade spirit weapon. Every attack was comparable to an Earth Sovereign rank attack. If Ling Xiao's strength could completely control this spirit weapon, he might even be able to fight against a celestial venerable. Relying on external objects is not the right way. It will only affect my advancement. Ling Xiao muttered and then put away the Azure Dragon Moon severing sword. Following that, Ling Xiao took out 2 bottles of elixirs and used his spiritual qi to seal the surroundings to prevent the elixirs from losing their potency. It's actually a 6th grade Emperor elixir and a Spirit Sovereign elixir. 3 pills in each bottle. This can't be real. Ling Xiao almost fainted from the shock of the elixirs in front of him. These 2 kinds of elixirs were 6th grade elixirs. The Emperor elixir could allow an Earth Sovereign rank expert to advance by 1 level. It was the best among 6th grade elixirs. As for the Spirit Sovereign elixir, it was a top grade 6th grade elixir. It could allow a high-level Earth Sovereign rank expert to have a 50% chance of breaking through to the Celestial Venerable rank. Even if the breakthrough failed, it could still ensure that his cultivation would not be damaged. These 2 kinds of elixirs required countless 5th grade spiritual herbs and dozens of 6th grade spiritual herbs. In addition, they were high-grade elixirs that could only be refined by a 6th grade beast elixir. Only an alchemist who had reached the peak of the 6th grade or 7th grade could refine such a precious elixir. Every one of these elixirs would cause a bloodbath. Who would have thought that there would be 6 of them here? Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He was even more excited than when he had obtained the Earth's Sovereign rank elixirs in the Desolate Mountains. Although these 2 elixirs could not be used for the time being, it did not mean that he would not use them in the future. Moreover, he had already planned to cultivate his own forces. Now that he had these 2 elixirs, he would definitely be able to help his people reach a higher level in the future. Moreover, there was also the Inheritance Tomb here. This heaven-suppressing sect was indeed a powerful sect that already had the strength of a 5th grade sect. Now I have to find a way to leave this place. Ling Xiao saw hope in the future and wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He still needed to find the Heaven Gu Divine Art to help the priestess escape from the shackles of fate. Ling Xiao spent the next 2 days frantically searching every corner of the heaven-suppressing sect to see if he could find a way out. Unfortunately, this place had already been covered with terrifying restrictions. Unless he could reach the strength of an Empyrean and use the cauldron to break through the restrictions, all of this would be in vain. Ling Xiao looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. Do I really have to stay here for decades? His voice reverberated through the air, and the birds flapped their wings and flew around. Ling Xiao had broken through to the King Realm and could be considered an important figure in the Northwest. However, he had been trapped here for more than a month, and he still did not know if he could break through the restrictions and leave. His heart was filled with bitterness. If it wasn't for the worries in his heart, then he could concentrate on cultivating here until he reached the Earth Sovereign rank or Empyrean rank before leaving. He was a person who could not sever his ties with the world of mortals and pursue the pinnacle. If he decisively cut off the mortal world and reached the peak of the martial realm, then what was the point? Just as Ling Xiao was in despair, the Demon Emperor's voice sounded in his mind again. Master, perhaps you can find a transmission array here. A transmission array? Ling Xiao was stunned. That's right. This sect is not small, and there are many sovereigns. There should be a transmission array in the sect for convenience, the Demon Emperor explained. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Ling Xiao jumped up and shouted. Ling Xiao had been looking for an exit this entire time, but he had never thought that there would be a transmission array. Now that the Demon Emperor had reminded him, he was surprised. The Demon Emperor muttered to himself, You didn't even ask me. What does it have to do with me? Ling Xiao had just seen a glimmer of hope, but it dimmed in the next moment. But I don't know where the transmission array is. How do I find it? Transmission arrays are usually built in the dark or in the light. In a sect, they will usually choose to build it in the dark, but in a city, they will choose to build it in the light. Perhaps I can help Master with this, the Demon Emperor said. When Ling Xiao heard the Demon Emperor's words, he immediately took out the vampiric blade and had the Demon Emperor appear. He then said to the Demon Emperor, Hurry up and help me find a transmission array. In the future, I will definitely find a suitable body for you. If that's the case, then I will thank Master in advance, the Demon Emperor said before turning into a cloud of black mist and flying in a certain direction. Ling Xiao looked at the Demon Emperor in the distance and faintly felt that even though he had been threatened by the Demon Emperor a few days ago, once the Demon Emperor recovered, his life would be in danger at any time. One day, I will definitely make you completely submit to me. Ling Xiao secretly made up his mind. Ling Xiao knew that the Demon Emperor had once been an ambitious and ruthless character, and it would not be easy to make him submit. That was unless he could surpass the Demon Emperor in terms of strength and completely defeat him. It would take a long time for that to happen. Half a day later, the Demon Emperor's voice sounded out from within Ling Xiao's mind. "Master, I found the transmission array." Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He flew up into the air and flew off in a certain direction. When Ling Xiao arrived at the place where the Demon Emperor was located, he found that he had returned to the main hall of Congregating Eagle Hall. The transmission array was built in the cave mansion behind the main hall of Congregating Eagle Hall. This cave mansion was extremely well hidden. It was difficult for ordinary people to find it. If the Demon Emperor had not been a wisp of his soul and was very familiar with the transmission array, he would have been able to find it in a short time. However, the transmission array here seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, so it was unknown if it could still be used. Ling Xiao entered the cave mansion and waved away the weeds and dirt. A terrain engraved with mysterious patterns appeared in front of him, and there were hidden grooves all around the cave mansion that corresponded to them. Presumably, these were the beast cores that were needed to operate them. "Master, the array diagram of this transmission array has not been destroyed, so it should not be damaged. You can use it without worry," the Demon Emperor said. Ling Xiao also noticed this and could not hide the excitement on his face. He then hurriedly took out several high-grade beast cores from his spatial ring and shot them into the surrounding hidden grooves. When the beast cores fell into the hidden grooves, a brilliance bloomed from the patterns on the ground, and the entire cave mansion became abnormally dazzling. "Xiao!" Ling Xiao's figure instantly disappeared from the cave mansion. Chapter 348. When Ling Xiao's figure appeared again, he was already in another pitch-black cave. "I wonder where I was teleported to," Ling Xiao thought doubtfully. However, he was very happy to be able to come out of the secret territory. "Why is it so smelly?" Just as Ling Xiao was about to step out of the cave, he smelled a fishy stench. Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by a protective divine light, and the inside of the cave gradually became clear. He saw that the cave was actually littered with beast bones, and there was also the rotting corpse of a flaming tiger. The fishy stench came from its body. Could it be that this place has become a beast cave? Ling Xiao pinched his nose and guessed. Sure enough, just as Ling Xiao was about to walk out of the cave, there was a rustling sound coming from outside the cave. Ling Xiao did not hesitate for a moment, and his whole body turned into a lightning bolt and swept out of the cave. He did not know what kind of spirit beast occupied this cave, but if he encountered a high-level spirit beast, it would be incomparably troublesome inside the cave. But if he got out of the cave first, everything would be easy. Just as Ling Xiao was about to reach the entrance of the cave, a 1-meter-long serpent head appeared in front of the entrance. It opened its mouth wide and bit at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless, and with a single point of his finger, a wisp of demon blue flame shot into the snake's mouth. Hiss! The snake let out a blood-curdling scream, and its entire head shrunk extremely quickly. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to rush out of the cave and flew into the air. He looked down and saw that the cave entrance was built on a dangerous cliff, and entrenched in the cave was a third-rank advanced phosphorescent flower snake. This phosphorescent flower snake was injured by the demon blue flame, and its body had already fallen down the cliff. It was definitely dead. "Where's this place?" Ling Xiao calmed his mind and began to look around the surrounding mountains and asked doubtfully. Then he stood in the air and sensed for a moment, and then swept in a direction. Not long after, Ling Xiao appeared on top of a towering tree. Below, there was a group of people fighting with a 4th-rank, low-level black shadow leopard. No, it should be said that they were being attacked by the black shadow leopard. The black shadow leopard's body was black, and it leaped through the forest at an astonishing speed. The group that was escaping had a total of 7 people, 5 men and 2 women. Their strength was not ordinary, and they were all spirit masters. 2 of the middle-aged men were even high-level spirit masters. However, they were facing a 4th-rank spirit beast and had no way to fight against it. The black shadow leopard instantly appeared behind the group, and a black blade shot towards them like lightning. In an instant, 2 people were turned into a bloody mist. A middle-aged man gritted his teeth and turned around. He raised the broadsword in his hand and shouted, "Hurry up and take the 2 ladies away. I'll stay here and keep it busy." One woman shouted, "Xiao, don't, Joan, you can't stop it." The middle-aged man disregarded everything and used his strongest attack to block the black shadow leopard. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the 2 was too great. The black shadow leopard didn't care about his attack, allowing the spirit chi to strike its body. Its bloodthirsty mouth bit towards the middle-aged man's head. No, the other 4 people cried out in fright, and from their expressions, they didn't want to see the middle-aged man die, just like that. However, at this moment, a black blade descended from the sky, directly slashing towards the black shadow leopard's head. The black shadow leopard's reaction was extremely fast, and it actually sensed the sneak attack from the sky. It immediately twisted its body and dodged the attack. "Your reaction isn't bad. I'll use you to practice." The young man with the black blade revealed a playful smile, and then raised his blade to attack the black shadow leopard. Who else could the young man with the demonic blade be other than Ling Xiao? He had just entered the king's stage, and his strength hadn't been tested yet. It was rare for him to meet a spirit beast with similar strength, so he couldn't let go of this opportunity. At first, the black shadow leopard felt that this human wasn't ordinary, but it didn't cowardly run away. However, in the next moment, it realized that this human was actually a bit stronger than it was, and the demonic blade in his hand was even sharper. The black shadow leopard repeatedly attacked with the black blade, and its body continuously retreated. Ling Xiao sneered. "Looks like you're afraid. Then I won't use a weapon to fight you." With that, Ling Xiao put away the demonic blade and faced the black shadow leopard with his bare hands. The black shadow leopard's intelligence had already been awakened, and when it saw the blade in Ling Xiao's hand disappear, it immediately became incomparably ferocious. It no longer used elemental attacks, and instead used its sharp claws and bloodthirsty fangs to directly pounce towards Ling Xiao. The body of a spirit beast was strong, and Ling Xiao's body wasn't the least bit inferior to that of a rank 4 or 5 spirit beast. He was like a golden god of war, and his fists and legs blasted towards the black shadow leopard. The black shadow leopard's huge body was repeatedly forced back, and its sharp claws were even broken by the golden fists. A rank 4 spirit beast is only SOSO. Ling Xiao's figure flashed to the side of the black shadow leopard, and his golden fists ruthlessly smashed into the black shadow leopard's body. Its huge body was actually directly sent flying. The black shadow leopard quickly crawled to its feet, let out a miserable shriek, and actually turned around to run. "Do you think you can run?" Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure flashed once more as he chased after the black shadow leopard. The 5 people who had luckily escaped were all dumbfounded. Heavens, what did I just see? The pretty girl sighed. That fellow just now was definitely a king stage powerhouse, but how could he be so young? He seems to be only around 20 years old. Even a major sex rarely have such monstrous existences. The other girl also sighed. "Mrs., let's hurry back. A rank 4 spirit beast has already appeared here, and if we go any further, there will definitely be even more powerful existences." The middle-aged man recovered his wits and spoke to the 2 girls. The 2 girls also knew that what the middle-aged man said was the truth. The 2 of them looked meaningfully into the distance, and then the group of people left. An hour later, Ling Xiao carried the black shadow leopard's corpse back to the original location and found that the place had been deserted. Ling Xiao tossed the black shadow leopard to the ground and said unhappily, "Really, they didn't even thank this young master before running away." Immediately afterwards, he summoned the Gold Wolf King and the Purple Flood Drake. He let the two of them wander around to relax while he began to roast the meat. Thinking about it, it had been a long time since he had eaten spirit beast meat. When the fragrance of meat wafted out, the Gold Wolf King's saliva flowed continuously. As for the purple flood drake, it didn't like to eat meat, so it continued to shuttle through the surrounding forest in search of edible spirit herbs. When big mouthfuls of the leopard meat entered Ling Xiao's stomach, the spirit energy was absorbed bit by bit and distributed around his body. Immediately, Ling Xiao felt his appetite increase, and he didn't care about his image anymore as he forcefully tore into the fragrant meat. The Gold Wolf King hadn't eaten meat in a long time, so it tore off half of the leopard meat and enjoyed it by itself. After the man and the two beasts had their fill, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to continue on his journey. He could already confirm that he was still within the den of 10,000 beasts. The den of 10,000 beasts was just like the desolate mountain range, where spirit beasts roamed freely. Ling Xiao wanted to take the opportunity to find a powerful spirit beast to practice with. 4 or 5 days in a row, Ling Xiao leisurely strolled around in one of the regions of the den of 10,000 beasts. In these few days, he killed a total of 6 or 7 rank 4 spirit beasts, 2 of which were mid-level rank 4 spirit beasts, and 1 of which was a high-level rank 4 spirit beast. He also obtained a lot of rank 3 and rank 4 spirit herbs from their territories. The Gold Wolf King's battle record was even more glorious. It had killed a total of 13 rank 4 spirit beasts, 3 of which were mid-level rank 4 spirit beasts, but it had sustained quite a bit of injuries as well. As for the purple flood drake, it was a pacifist. As long as no one provoked it, it would never actively cause trouble. At most, it would occasionally steal and eat some high-level spirit herbs from other landlords. This made Ling Xiao exclaim prodigal again. It was just as prodigal as the fire Qilin. One only ate high-level spirit herbs, the other only ate high-level beast elixirs. Both were like bottomless pits, and even after eating them, its advancement was still slow. Let's go back. Let's go to the Thousand Beast City to purchase a batch of red embergrass first, or else we won't be able to provide for this glutton, Ling Xiao said as he went to a spring to wash up. After a few days, he had completely consolidated his cultivation level and felt that there was no need to stay here any longer. He had more important things to do. Ling Xiao kept the Gold Wolf King and the Purple Flood Drake and flew straight back to the Thousand Beast City. Just before he reached the Thousand Beast City, Ling Xiao landed. He remembered that within the Thousand Beast City, there were 3 major powers controlling it, and there was a rule that people were not allowed to fight privately within the Thousand Beast City, and flying was not allowed. Even King Stage practitioners were not allowed to break the rules, or there would only be one outcome. Ling Xiao changed out of his sloppy clothes and combed his hair simply. His jet black hair fell down his back, and his slender body looked tall and straight. His handsome face was adorned with a devilish smile, and he held a white paper fan in his hand. His entire being had suddenly transformed into a flirtatious scholar, unrestrained and unrestrained. The white paper fan in his hand was painted with lifelike drawings of beautiful women, and every one of the beauties looked exceptionally bewitching. He looked at one of the girls dressed in strange clothes, and his fierce eyes were filled with tenderness. "Little Yin, wait for me. I will make sure that you will be with me forever," Ling Xiao murmured as he waved his white paper fan lightly, walking towards the Thousand Beast City. The Thousand Beast City had not quieted down because of the departure of the major sects, but was still as lively as ever. The largest number of people moving about here were mercenary bands. They formed groups of 3 to 5, either entering the den of 10,000 beasts to hunt for treasures, or just coming out from the den of 10,000 beasts in search of entertainment. Inns and prostitutes were always the liveliest places in the Thousand Beast City. Ling Xiao waved his white paper fan as he walked into the liveliest inn in the Thousand Beast City, the fragrant eating pavilion. He had just walked into the entrance of the pavilion when 2 pretty maids immediately came forward to welcome him, their attitude much more enthusiastic than the other customers. After all, Ling Xiao looked like a rich young master at first glance. Not only that, He was handsome and had an imposing appearance. He was truly bewitching to them. "Young master, please come inside." One of the maids tugged lightly on Ling Zhao's sleeve as she called out with a shy smile. The other maids leaned lightly on the other side of Ling Zhao and said with a smile, "What would young master like to eat? We have all kinds of delicacies here, birds and beasts of the land." Ling Zhao enjoyed the warm hospitality, and he immediately said, "Bring me to the best seat, bring me the best wine, and bring me 10 caddies of high-grade spirit beast meat." Upon saying that, he threw a string of gold coins to the two maids, looking just like a profligate spoiled brat. Chapter 349. Most of the people on the first floor of the Fragrance Dining Pavilion were rough-looking mercenaries, and there were also quite a number of wealthy merchants and young masters who had grown up in the world. They gulped down the strongest wine, ate the most delicious meat, held the most beautiful girls in their arms, and talked at the top of their lungs. They were all talking about some interesting things they had seen on a daily basis, or some kind of spirit herb or spirit beast they had encountered in the den of 10,000 beasts. The wealthy merchants and young masters who did not have any martial arts skills were listening with great interest, interrupting from time to time. Ling Zhao did not stay on the first floor, but waved his white paper fan and went straight up to the second floor of the Fragrance Dining Pavilion. He had wanted to go up to the third floor, but he needed to apply for a VIP card before he could enjoy it up there. He had no intention of staying here for long, and he was not bored enough to apply for a VIP card just to look cool. Finally, under the enthusiastic invitation of the two serving maids, he chose the seat closest to the window and sat down. The two serving maids felt that Ling Zhao was being extravagant, and they even pressed their exquisite bodies against him. They were just ordinary girls, and they worked here as serving maids to make a living. If they could get close to such a rich young master, they might one day be able to fly up the branches and become phoenixes. This was the dream of all the serving maids in the restaurant. Although Ling Zhao liked the feeling of having women on his left and right, but a girl of average beauty like this was not enough to catch his eye. After sending the two girls away, Ling Zhao drank a little wine alone, his mind relaxed for once. After being trapped for more than a month, what he wanted to know the most was about the Purple Heaven sect. "I wonder if they have all gone out," Ling Zhao thought as he looked out the window. Luo Meiying's face appeared in his mind once again. "Senior, just you wait. I will definitely bring you back to life." Ling Zhao took a gulp of the strong wine and shook his head lightly to make himself stop thinking about it. After a while, the wine in Ling Zhao's flask was almost empty. "Men, bring up another 2 jugs of good wine for this young master." Ling Zhao hollered, and he immediately pulled out 2 pieces of low-grade black crystals and placed them upon the table, shouting grandly, "Who will come tell me what interesting and novel things have happened in the 1000 Bee City recently, and these 2 pieces of black crystals will belong to that person." Ling Zhao's shout immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the tower. The mercenaries were dazzled by the sparkling mystic crystals. "Wow, it's really mysterious crystal. This young master, let me do the talking. I know the most," a skinny man shouted with his eyes shining. "Screw you, you sour monkey. You can't even speak properly." "Let me do the talking," said another man beside the skinny man. F***CK off. This profound crystal is mine. I'll cripple whoever dares to snatch it from me," shouted another tall and sturdy man. This man's arms were filled with scars, and his looks were ferocious. Just by looking at him, one could tell that he was definitely not a good person. Ling Zhao glanced at the man and could tell at a glance that the man was a high-level mystic cultivator. 3 years ago, Ling Zhao was still looking up to mystic cultivators, but now, in his eyes, they were no different from ordinary people. Just as the ferocious man was about to walk towards Ling Zhao, a gentle voice spoke up. "When it comes to storytelling, who can tell a story faster than me?" A frail-looking man walked out with a smile on his face as he spoke in a slow and leisurely manner. This man was in his early 30s, his looks were average, his height was not tall, and he looked thin and weak. But he possessed an impressive level of power, having reached the level of a low-level spirit master. When the fierce-looking man saw the man, He shrunk back and smiled apologetically. Oh, it's Advisor Jiang. Since Advisor Jiang is interested in telling a story, then I will listen respectfully from the side. This man was the most famous storyteller in the Thousand Bee City, Jiang Kuai. His nickname was Fast Teller, referring to his ability to tell stories faster than most people and with great accuracy. He never told anything that was not accurate. Jiang Kuai came before Ling Xiao and cupped his hands in greeting. Young master, I wonder if I can tell you about recent events? Jiang Kuai's voice was rather slow now, sounding very easygoing, not at all like a fast talker. Ling Xiao did not care who he was. He only wanted to hear about the events after the oath ceremony. Sit down and talk, Ling Xiao said softly as he took a sip of his wine. Jiang Kuai sat down calmly and said, One look and I can tell that young master is not from the Thousand Bee City. I wonder what young master would like to hear? Cut the nonsense. Let's talk about the major events that happened in the Thousand Bee City in the last 2 months. Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. Jiang Kuai's eyes darted around, and he immediately nodded and began to say, Then your humble self will start from 2 months ago. After Jiang Kuai opened his mouth, what followed next finally proved how he got his nickname of Fast Teller. Every single sentence he said did not need to pause, and he finished it all in one breath. In the time it took for an ordinary person to say 2 sentences, he had used the time it took to say 1 sentence to finish everything. At that moment, Ling Xiao was feeling a little dizzy and his head was spinning. He grumbled in his heart. Is he telling a story or trying to kill someone? Suddenly, Jiang Kuai finally came to the part where the various sect had announced that they would withdraw from the oath ceremony 1 month ago. Ling Xiao interrupted him. Stop. Tell me, how many people from the various sects will be able to come out alive? Ling Xiao had listened to stories because he wanted to know more about his fellow disciples from the various sections. Jiang Kuai looked at Ling Xiao in surprise, then knocked his fingers together. Ling Xiao understood and took out another piece of profound crystal. Tell me in detail, how many people from the various sects will be able to come out alive? Jiang Kuai revealed a carefree smile and began to recount the situation of the various sections. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh. It is said that the demonic energy in the mystic realm soared to the sky and the sects suffered heavy losses. That's why they announced the end of the oath ceremony that happens once every 5 years. Ling Xiao gave the 3 pieces of profound crystal to Jiang Kuai and waved his hand to let him leave. He already knew that his companions had returned to the sect, so he let out a sigh of relief. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more time, so he stood up. He was going to buy a batch of crimson grass first. Otherwise, the purple flood dragon centipede would definitely complain. Ling Xiao arrived at the spirit herb exchange. Ling Xiao walked in and shouted, Shopkeeper, take out all the crimson grass. At this time, an old man hurriedly walked over and said, Young master, this shop has a total of 500 crimson grass. Are you sure you want them all? That's right, I want them all. How many gold coins? Ling Xiao replied. Before the old man could say anything, a clear voice sounded from behind Ling Xiao. Why would a man buy so many crimson grass? When the old man saw who it was, he immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, Greetings, Mrs. Ling Xiao turned around and saw 2 women dressed in jade green silk appear behind him. The 2 women had similar appearances. They were in their 20s, and it was obvious that they were sisters. Moreover, their looks were top-notch, and their figures were also extremely attractive. Their curvaceous figures were extremely alluring, and ordinary men would fall in love with them. Ling Xiao ignored the 2 girls and continued to speak to the old man. Shopkeeper, are you selling or not? If you don't, I'll go somewhere else. You are my benefactor? At this time, a woman suddenly took 2 steps forward and exclaimed to Ling Xiao. The other woman also walked up and shouted, It really is my benefactor. Immediately, Ling Xiao was a bit confused. Did you guys recognize the wrong person? Ling Xiao said indifferently. But in his heart, he was muttering to himself, This young master's charm has always been unrivaled. There are beauties coming to strike up a conversation at any time. There's no mistake. Benefactor, please accept our bow. The two women replied in unison and were about to bow to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao dodged to the side and said inexplicably, "I say, you guys really have recognized the wrong person." At this time, a woman said, "Benefactor, 5 days ago, did you chase after a level 4 shadow leopard in the Myriad Beast Cave?" Ling Xiao suddenly understood and immediately smiled. "So it's you guys. It's really a small world." Only now did he remember that when he had just come out of the secret realm, he had encountered a group of people being attacked by a shadow leopard. In order to practice, he had taken action to deal with the shadow leopard, and it could be said that he had saved their lives. It was just that Ling Xiao did not remember that there were two women in the group at that time. When the two women saw that Ling Xiao had remembered, they were overjoyed. Now that they had seen Ling Xiao's face clearly, the two women's hearts were even more in love with him. The two women were both low-level spirit masters, and among the younger generation of the Thousand Bee City, they were considered to be highly skilled. But they knew that Ling Xiao was a king stage practitioner. They had always admired the strong and didn't care about ordinary young men. Ling Xiao was such a strong and handsome young man, and it was rare to see one. They all had the urge to give themselves to him. Through the two women's passionate conversation, Ling Xiao finally found out their names. The elder sister was called Lu Fong, and the younger sister was called Lu Jing, and this spirit herb trading shop belonged to the Lu family. "All right, benefactor, you're buying so much red vermilion grass. Are you buying it for your wife?" Lu Jing was a little bolder, and she asked with a blush on her face. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said with a smile, "Miss Lu, please do not call me benefactor anymore. Just call me Ling Xiao will do." He paused a moment and continued, "I'm buying the red vermilion grass to rear spirit beasts." "Rear spirit beasts?" the two women asked in surprise. "That's right. I have a spirit beast that loves to eat the red vermilion grass, so," Ling Xiao said with a sheepish smile. He cursed the purple flood dragon in his heart. "That damn glutton. You almost made me make a fool of myself. You don't eat anything else, but you just have to eat things that are meant to make you look better. No matter how much you eat, you'll still look that round and round little thing. Uncle Fu, quickly bring out all the red vermilion grass for our benefactor." Lu Fong ordered the shopkeeper. The old man did not hesitate and quickly brought out all the red vermilion grass. Ling Xiao had asked for the price, but Lu Fong and Lu Jing wanted to give it to Ling Xiao. At that moment, a few people walked into the shop, and when they saw the scene, they were all shocked. A woman giving a man beauty herb. This seemed to be the first time since ancient times. Ling Xiao almost had the urge to hide behind the two women and said in a sweet voice, "You're really embarrassing your servant to death." Walking out of the shop, the two women tried their best to invite Ling Xiao to their residence as a guest. Ling Xiao couldn't resist the two women's hospitality and could only go and nag at them. However, he had decided that after he came out from the Lu residence, he would go to the southern barbarians. When Ling Xiao and the two women came to the Lu residence, he found out that the two women had an extraordinary background, because the Lu family was one of the forces that guarded the Thousand Bee City. Chapter 350. The Thousand Bee City was guarded by three forces: the Huang family of the east, the Zhao family of the south, and the Lu family, where Ling Xiao had just come in. Ling Xiao had thought that the Lu family was filled with highly skilled fighters and the security was tight. However, when he stepped in the mansion, he didn't feel much pressure, and the guards he saw were only mystic and spirit-level cultivators. However, when he first came to the Thousand Bee City, Xiao Songlin had repeatedly warned him not to stir up any trouble in the city, or he would be punished by the three forces, and even the Purple Heaven sect would not be able to protect him. It was said that there was once a king-level elder from the River Dark clan who challenged the rules of the Thousand Bee City, and his head was cut off and hung outside the city as a warning to others. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao could not help but wonder if the three forces were really that powerful, or was it just an exaggeration from others? Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. The Thousand Bee City is now considered a prosperous city, and it is a good thing that there are not many disputes. Ling Xiao sighed softly in his heart. Ling Xiao followed the two girls all the way to the main hall. A middle-aged man came out to greet them, a pair of fierce eyes glinting as he said, "You are Ling Xiao?" This middle-aged man was in his early 40s and had a very dignified appearance. He was dressed in a blue robe and had a scholarly air about him, but his eyes that were like an eagle's eyes gave off an extremely sharp aura. "Finally, I see a king-level cultivator." Ling Xiao met the middle-aged man's gaze and sighed in his heart. "I am Ling Xiao," Ling Xiao replied with a fist salute. Before they came to the Lu residence, a servant had already reported to them about what had happened in Ling Xiao's residence. And this person was Lu Feng and Lu Jing's father, Lu Zheng. "Father, what are you doing? We are indebted to our benefactor. How can you be so rude?" Lu Jing said with a wrinkle on her nose. Lu Jing's expression froze for a moment before he chuckled. "Heroes indeed come from the young. Come in. Young hero Ling has saved us two ladies, and I am truly grateful for that. Please forgive us if we have offended you just now." LV Zheng's attitude changed so quickly that Ling Xiao was not used to it for a moment. He muttered in his heart, "It would be strange if I didn't see it." Ling Xiao and Lu Zheng exchanged some pleasantries before they sat down. That night, the Lu family held a banquet for Ling Xiao. Many direct descendants of the Lu family were present, and Ling Xiao carefully observed them. There were a total of 7 or 8 king rank experts. At this time, Ling Xiao felt that the Lu family did have the demeanor of a big force. But with just the presence of a king grade ranker, to make all the mercenaries and rogue cultivators in the 1000 B city abide by the rules, was that not possible? Perhaps there's an old immortal guarding this place? Ling Xiao wondered. Ling Xiao did not want to delve too deeply into the background of the 3 major forces, but he was just a little curious. After 30 minutes of drinking, Lu Zheng, who was sitting at the head of the table, looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Young hero Ling, you saved my daughter. How would you like to repay me? Just tell me, as long as the Lu family is able to take it out, we will definitely offer it." Lu Zheng was the current head of the Lu family, and he only had 2 daughters, whom Gu family doted on. Ling Xiao returned the courtesy. "Head of the Lu family is too serious. I just happened to be at the right time. If it's convenient for head of the Lu family, Ling Xiao would like to borrow the city's teleportation array." Lu Zheng looked slightly embarrassed. If this had happened 2 years ago, it wouldn't have been a big deal to the Lu family, but at this time, the other members of the Lu family also looked indignant, as if there was more to it than meets the eye. "If head of the Lu family has any difficulties, just tell me," Ling Xiao said. "Let's not talk about this matter. When will young hero Ling need to use the teleportation array?" Lu Zheng avoided the question and asked. Ling Xiao did not continue and directly replied, "The sooner the better." Before Lu Zheng could speak, Lu Jing said nervously, "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Stay for a few more days so that we can properly entertain benefactor." Lu Feng, who was at the side, also fixed her beautiful eyes on Ling Xiao's face, and her face was slightly blushing. Ling Xiao acted as if he did not see it and said with a smile, "I'm just passing by. I have important matters to attend to, so it's really inconvenient for me to stay for long." When the 2 women heard this, they were both sad. Lu Zheng was experienced, so how could he not know the 2 women's thoughts? However, he could also see that Ling Xiao's background was not ordinary. Such a young king stage was an existence that was rare in the Northwest. If it was the Lu family in the past, they might have thought of ways to make Ling Xiao stay, but the Lu family now did not have the capital to do so. "Since young hero Ling has important matters to attend to, we will not force you. Tomorrow, I will go and settle the teleportation array for you," Lu Zheng said. On the next day, Ling Xiao woke up early. He was anxious to go to the southern wilderness and naturally wanted to reach the ancestral land that the high priest mentioned a day earlier. He had been delayed for nearly half a year, and there was not much time left for him. When Ling Xiao ate the breakfast sent by the servants, he wanted to ask Lu Zheng about the teleportation array. However, he had just walked into the hall when he heard the sound of Lu Feng and Lu Jing sobbing. "Father, the Huang family and the Zhao family have gone too far. If grandfather was still alive, They would not dare to target us. Father, we can just withdraw from the 1000B city. With our family strength, no matter where we go, we can dominate. Things are not as simple as you think, but if they dare to force themselves on you, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will not let them succeed. Father, outside the hall, Ling Xiao unexpectedly heard the conversation between the father and daughter. He hesitated for a moment and was just about to turn and leave when he heard Lu Zheng's voice calling out, "Young hero Ling, come in." Ling Xiao could only bite the bullet and walk into the hall, and said with a slight bow, "I just want to ask Master Lu about the teleportation array. If it is too troublesome, I think I can handle it myself." The two girls stopped crying and turned their faces away, not daring to greet Ling Xiao, as if they did not want Ling Xiao to see them crying. Lu Zheng sighed lightly. "It is all because of my incompetence. I have let young hero Ling down. Master Lu is too serious. Then I will bid my farewell here. Take care of yourselves." Ling Xiao bowed slightly and was about to leave the hall. The two girls seemed to have their hearts in their mouths and did not send Ling Xiao out. Just as Ling Xiao stepped out of the Lu residence, he saw two groups of people walking towards the Lu residence with gifts. It seemed like they were preparing for some kind of celebration. The two groups each had around 15 people. The weakest was a high-level Xian cultivator, while the strongest was a king stage cultivator. There was a young man in each group that was extremely eye-catching. One of them wore a white robe with embroidered lapels. He had an extraordinary temperament and was a middle-stage spirit master. He was riding a middle-stage, 3-brown striped lion, which looked very mighty. The other person wore a golden robe and had a feather on his head. He carried a long spear on his back and was also a middle-stage spirit master. He was riding a middle-stage, 3 golden scarlet tiger, which was also very noble. The two groups arrived in front of the Lu residence. Ling Xiao was still a bit absent-minded. A servant walked out from one of the groups and pointed at Ling Xiao arrogantly. "Lackey, get out of the way. Don't block my young master's path." A servant walked out from the other group and put his hands on his waist. "Get lost. You dare block your future son-in-law's path? You really don't know what's good for you." "My son-in-law?" Ling Xiao was stunned. He then said, "When did my family have a son-in-law? How come I didn't know about it?" Cut the crap. Today my young master is here to give the betrothal gifts. In a few days, he will become your son-in-law." The servant pointed at Ling Xiao and said arrogantly. Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but a young man riding a brown striped lion behind him shouted, "Ah-san, why are you talking so much nonsense? Don't waste my time." Yes, young master." The servant responded and pushed Ling Xiao away. "Get out of the way. Don't block my young master's path. Otherwise, you will suffer." What kind of person was Ling Xiao? How could a mere mystic realm servant push him? On the contrary, a strong rebounding force sent the servant flying. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the young man in front of them to be so strong. The young man riding the brown striped lion had a stern look in his eyes as he faintly asked, "Who are you? Don't you know that violence is not allowed in the city?" Ling Xiao spread his hands and said, "It was your family's blind dog who did it. When did you see me do it?" I'm in a good mood today. I'll spare your dog life for now. Get out of the way and don't waste my time. Otherwise, the young man said arrogantly. At this moment, the other young man riding the golden scarlet tiger also said, "Brother Zhao, why are you so angry because of a lowly servant?" He then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Why aren't you going in to report to your family's patriarch? Tell him that the Huang and Zhao families are here to propose marriage." Hearing this, Ling Xiao finally knew which family these two groups of people belonged to. At the same time, he also understood why the Lu sisters were crying in the hall. It seemed that the source was here. Ling Xiao didn't want to get involved in the affairs of these 3 families. He immediately walked away without saying a word. The 3 families were all powerful and had dominated the 1000B city for many years. He didn't want to offend them if he could. Anyway, his relationship with the Lu family wasn't deep, and it could only be considered as a first meeting. Moreover, he still needed to rely on the transmission array that the 3 families controlled to leave. However, although he didn't offend them, they didn't want to let him go. The young man riding the brown striped lion saw that Ling Xiao was being so rude and immediately waved his hand and said, "Take this arrogant kid down." The moment his words fell, the two spirit masters beside him quickly sped towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible spirit power rolled up a spirit wall, and the two spirit masters slammed into the spirit wall. Arg! The two spirit masters were thrown far away, just like the servant from before. Ling Xiao said softly, "Don't ask for trouble." After saying that, he turned around and walked forward. The face of the young man riding the brown striped lion turned gloomy. The other young man riding the golden scarlet tiger said, "This kid is a little strange. Could it be that the Liu family has invited help?" "Impossible." The young man riding the brown striped lion said through gritted teeth. He then calmed himself down and said to a middle-aged man beside him, "Go follow him quickly. Don't let him escape." The middle-aged man nodded slightly and went after Ling Xiao in a flash. "That doesn't seem appropriate. The target is very strong, and brother Zhao might lose his men for nothing." The young man riding the golden scarlet tiger said, "If he dares to make another move, we will make sure he won't be able to leave the Thousand Beasts city." The young man riding the brown striped lion said with a sharp glint in his eyes, "Let's go. It's time to turn the three families into two." Chapter 351. The Thousand Beasts City was an ancient city with 10,000 years of history. It was once superior to the northwest, and its fame spread far and wide. It had once declined, but now was rising again. Although it could not be compared to its heyday, it could still be considered a first-class city in the Northwest. In the vast Northwest, only an ancient and prosperous city like this could have a transmission array. The transmission array in the Thousand Bee City was open to the public, and it was located in an open space outside the city gate. All along, this transmission array had been controlled by the three major forces in the city. They collected high rewards from the cultivators who came and went to strengthen their family's wealth and foundation. But the price to use the transmission array was very high, and ordinary people could not afford it. Those who could use the transmission array alone were not experts of king level and above, or disciples of big clans. If ordinary people wanted to use the transmission array, they could only wait for others to come with them, or someone was willing to go with them. After Ling Xiao bought a batch of spirit herbs and beast cores, he went outside the city. At this time, there were many people gathered around the transmission array. These people were at least spirit master level, and some of them were even low-level king level. From the looks of it, they were all waiting to use the transmission array. In front of the transmission array, there were more than 10 people guarding it. Among them, there were 4 old men who had reached king level. 2 were low-level king level, 2 were middle-level king level, and the rest were human-level spirit masters. Ling Xiao thought to himself, "The strength of these 3 forces is not to be underestimated." Ling Xiao walked up and asked the old man sitting on the chair, "Old mister, when will this transmission array be activated?" The old man raised his eyes slightly and did not speak. But just as he was about to close his eyes, his murky old eyes shone brightly, and he jumped up. "Little brother, where do you want to go?" This old man had the strength of a middle-level king level, and was the strongest here. He was also the person in charge of the transmission array. He did not want to deal with ordinary people, but he did not expect this young man in front of him to ask him. He did not want to bother with him, and let his other subordinates deal with him. But he found that this young man in front of him had the strength of a king level, and this made him take it seriously. "I want to go to the border of the southern wasteland," Ling Xiao replied. The old man pondered for a moment and said, "The closest place to the southern wasteland should be the border between the Dragon Sea Pavilion and the Great River Sect, Nantian City. Nantian City is quite far from here, and there aren't many people coming and going. If you really want to go there, you'll have to pay 5,000 low-grade mysterious crystals in addition to the beast cores you need." 5,000 lower-grade mysterious crystals? It's really expensive, Ling Xiao muttered in his heart. An ordinary person would not be able to take out so many glazed crystals. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had plenty of glazed crystals. Otherwise, he would not know what to do. Just as Ling Xiao was about to pay the Xian crystals and leave, a figure dashed over from afar. "Eighth Elder, please wait." That figure arrived in front of the old man and said respectfully. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He knew that someone was following him when he came out of the Lu residence. He also knew that they were sent by the two families. He sensed that the person following him was only a spirit master, so he ignored him. In any case, he felt that as long as he left this place, he would not have any interaction with the two families. However, looking at the current situation, it seemed that they did not want him to leave. The middle-aged man whispered in front of the old man for a while, and the old man looked at Ling Xiao with a slightly complicated expression. When the middle-aged man finished speaking, the old man waved his hand and let the middle-aged man stand to the side. Ling Xiao opened his mouth and said, "Could it be that the old man wants to make things difficult for me?" The old man revealed a troubled expression and said, "Little brother, you should come with me to my young master and apologize. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't let you leave." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "I have no intention of becoming enemies with your young master. Furthermore, I did not hurt anyone. They were the ones who attacked first. Is this also my fault?" Ling Xiao did not want to act rashly. This was the other party's territory after all. If they really caused trouble, he would not stand to gain much, as he still needed to use the other party's teleportation formation to leave this place. "I also believe that there must be a misunderstanding, and that's why I am so bold as to ask little brother to stay for a few days. After you meet with my young master, I think my young master will not make things difficult for you," the old man said softly, although his tone was tactful, but it was not to be refused. Ling Xiao replied, "Doesn't the old man think that this is a little too much? Do you think that everything in the 1000B city is decided by your words? I wouldn't dare to say that in other places, but here in the 1000B city, our Zhao family has the final say." The old man was beginning to get impatient, and an overbearing aura began to rise. At this moment, the 3 king level and 10 spirit masters on the side noticed that something was wrong. Everyone immediately surrounded them. The middle-aged man who had followed Ling Xiao all the way here said to the people who were waiting to depart, "Everyone, the teleportation formation will be temporarily sealed for today. I would like to invite all of you to return to the city and wait." The moment those words fell, the others did not dare to raise any objections, and they turned to return to the city. In the 1000B city, no one dared to offend the people from the 3 major powers. Ling Xiao's face gradually darkened. He had been patient and forbearing, but the other party had been too forceful. A ball of rage rose in his heart. "This old man will say it one more time. You had better come back with me to apologize to my young master, or don't even think of leaving this place," the old man said softly. Ling Xiao did not say another word, and his aura surged. His body glowed with a noble golden hue, and he looked like a member of royalty, making the people around him feel an urge to worship him. "Don't force me to start a massacre," Ling Xiao said softly, his body slowly rising off the ground. Everyone stared at Ling Xiao, who was flying into the air with shocked expressions on their faces. It was rare to see such a young king-level fighter. Young people shouldn't get angry so easily, or they might die prematurely. The old man's eyes flashed, and his surroundings glowed with a blue light as he flew up into the air as well. At the same time, the other 3 king-level fighters surrounded Ling Xiao from 3 different directions. The middle-aged man below shouted, "For elders, please capture this thief." "Nonsense." Ling Xiao's voice boomed like thunder, his eyes flashing like lightning. A wave of king-level pressure pressed down on the middle-aged man. Ling Xiao had been studying the word tomb in a mystic realm, and he had gained a certain level of understanding and application of power. The invisible pressure he produced was like a heavy punch, smashing heavily onto the middle-aged man's chest. Wah! The middle-aged man was caught off guard, and his chest caved in. His entire body flew far away, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. "How dare you!" the old man exclaimed, and with a wave of his hand, a blue wave swept towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there motionlessly, allowing the blue wave to strike his body. There was a rumbling sound and a dazzling light blossomed. Courting death. The old man was just about to say something disdainfully, but he couldn't bring himself to say the word live. That was because he saw that Ling Xiao was still standing upright in midair, as if he hadn't suffered any injuries at all. "Old thing, you forced me to do this," Ling Xiao scolded. He left an afterimage where he had been standing, and his real body had already appeared in front of the old man. His fist that was like gold smashed towards the old man's chest. So fast. The old man's heart trembled, and his withered hand reached out to grab the golden fist. He was a mid-king level fighter, and he didn't think that the young man in front of him could fight him head-on. Crack! Ah! The sound of bones breaking rang out, followed by a miserable scream. The old man covered his hand as he flew backwards, his face incomparably pale. "Quick, let's get rid of this kid together." The old man shouted at his 3 companions in shock. The other 3 recovered from their shock, and they all displayed their powerful strength. They gathered the spiritual energy in their surroundings and formed weapons that shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's speed was incomparably fast, and he used strange and agile footwork to dodge the attacks one after another. "It looks like I'll have to be ruthless." Ling Xiao saw that the other side had already revealed killing intent, so he didn't hold back. His figure moved like the wind as he chased after the injured old man. Although the old man's arm was injured, he wouldn't just sit and wait for death. A whip suddenly appeared in his hand. The whip had a total of 9 sections, and each section had sharp teeth that flickered with light. The whip was like a bloodthirsty spirit snake, and it shot towards Ling Xiao's waist. Unfortunately, it only managed to bind an afterimage. Ling Xiao had already circled behind the old man, and his golden fist smashed towards the old man's head. The old man's dark protection force was directly shattered, and his head was smashed into pieces like a watermelon. Ling Xiao cultivated all 5 elements at the same time, so his strength was naturally 5 times that of others in the same realm. Even a mid-stage king stage cultivator wasn't a threat to him. The other 3 king stage cultivators were both shocked and angry when they saw the old man's head explode. They all took out their profound artifacts and prepared to use all their strength to kill Ling Xiao. The other mid-stage king stage cultivator who hadn't died roared, "You too, lock him down. Let me take revenge for my big brother." The 2 low-stage king stage cultivators received the order and instantly used their most powerful attacks. One of them waved his ghost axe, and crimson flames instantly enveloped one direction. The other swung out countless spear shadows like rain, sealing the other direction. Suddenly, the sky became bright and abnormally hot. The 2 low-stage king stage cultivators sealed the direction, and a mid-stage king stage cultivator took the opportunity to gather his energy. He held a long sword in his hand, and blue light suddenly appeared around his body. Spiritual energy gathered together, as if forming a vast ocean with him as the center. Raging waves of the sea, where he had accumulated his strength to the peak, the long sword rushed towards the trapped Ling Xiao. The spiritual energy was like a tsunami, and some of the surrounding trees were sent flying and collapsed. Its power was terrifying. Ling Xiao's expression became slightly suspicious. His body was covered in a 5-colored divine light, and the ice and fire sword instantly appeared in his hand. The third move of the tyrant style, Sword Meteor, waves of beautiful blue flames fell down like meteors, blasting towards the sea of fire and the waves in all directions. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A huge amount of spiritual energy exploded in midair, and a mushroom-like shape soared into the sky. The smoke dissipated, but the figure was still flashing. Ling Xiao's clothes were torn, and his naked body was shining brightly. The bleeding wounds were healing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Die! The mid-stage king stage cultivator had just used up a lot of energy, but he still held back. He immediately arrived above Ling Xiao and swung his long sword down like lightning. The other two low-stage king stage cultivators also took the opportunity to attack from the left and right, wanted to take Ling Xiao's life. Chapter 352. At the gate of the Thousand Beast City, waves of powerful energy fluctuations shocked everyone in the city. The Thousand Beast City had forbade personal fights for many years, and with such a shocking battle, everyone knew that the three major forces were on a mission. Within the city, independent king-rank cultivators and king-rank mercenaries soared into the sky and gazed at the battle taking place outside the city gates. Who is so bold to cause trouble in the Thousand Beast City? It's been many years since something like this has happened. That's right. Even those sects have to behave themselves when they come here. I wonder who would be so audacious as to do that. Maybe someone has forgotten the rules of the Thousand Beast City. Look, that looks like a young man. Is there something wrong with my eyes? He's a young king-level cultivator. Is he a young master from the central region? Looks like that young man has some background. A bare-chested, golden young man appeared. His skin was smooth and sparkling, and even the skin of a young girl couldn't compare to his. His clear lines were full of explosive power. He stood high up in the sky like a golden god of war, high up above, making people have the urge to worship him. Who else could this young man be but Ling Xiao? He had just advanced to the king level not long ago, and this was the time when his confidence was at its peak. He didn't use his mental power to kill these king-level cultivators at first, but purely wanted to see his actual combat power and defense. When he killed the high-level spirit beasts in the nest of beasts, he noticed that his defense had increased by a level. The Vajra's 5 transformation arts had not changed, but his physical strength had increased. This made him wonder if the Vajra's 5 transformation arts' defensive power would increase as his strength increased. Just now, when he was attacked by 3 people, his body was cut by countless blades and sword chi, and in the end, only a few shallow wounds were left on his body. This undoubtedly confirmed his guess. The Vajra's 5 transformation arts would increase as his strength increased. With his current state, he should be able to withstand a blow from a low-level Earth Emperor. Now that he was attacked from 3 sides, Ling Xiao was not stupid enough to let others take advantage of him again. With a strange gait, he retreated, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. The 3 king-grade experts thought that Ling Xiao was trying to escape, so they chased after him relentlessly. Suddenly, that mid-level king warrior put away his profound artifact and quickly consumed a storm pill, causing his speed to increase explosively. Water, trapping Golden Mountain. That mid-level king chased after Ling Xiao as he formed a series of hand seals with both of his palms. The surrounding spiritual energy was like a tide that surrounded Ling Xiao, instantly blocking his path. Immediately, Ling Xiao felt that the atmosphere around him had become suffocating, and his speed had become much slower. At this time, the other 2 kings realized that this was their chance to kill Ling Xiao. The broadsword in one of the men's hands turned into a sea of fire, and a 10-meter-long fiery saber, Shadow, smashed down from the sky. The other person's spear was like an arrow, and specks of starlight were caught in the flames, instantly drowning Ling Xiao. "You're courting death," Ling Xiao shouted. He frowned slightly, and an invisible spiritual energy swept towards that mid-level king. The mid-level king's sea of consciousness tightened, and before he could even scream, his head exploded. The headless corpse lost its life and fell from the sky. Ling Xiao's restraints were lifted, and he raised his speed to the extreme, dodging the attacks of the 2 kings. The ice and fire sword in his hand blasted out several blue dragons that roared towards the 2 kings. The heavenly fire could burn anything, and it could destroy anything. The 2 didn't expect that Ling Xiao would be able to escape so quickly. They couldn't stop their momentum in time, and they suffered Ling Xiao's counterattack. The 2 retreated in a sorry state, and they gathered their strongest dark shield force to block the blue flames. Sizzle. The blue flames directly burned the dark shield force, and a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out. This fire is strange. The 2 kings were shocked, and they hurriedly dispersed the dark shield force and retreated a few dozen meters. Old Rome, quickly go back and report to the Patriarch. I'll hold him back. The king with the broadsword knew that his opponent was strong, and so he shouted to the other king, and then charged towards Ling Xiao. The big saber split into four. The four sabers, which had been concealed and had no peak, shook the surrounding air with a buzzing sound. Interesting, but keep it for yourself. Ling Xiao sneered. His figure flashed again, and his real body was already in front of Wang Jie, who had fled to report the news. That man was shocked, and he hurriedly raised a spear to block. Ling Xiao's movements were as swift as the wind. The sword in his hand became dazzling, and the blue flames flickered. In the blink of an eye, a wave of blue sword chi engulfed the king-level warrior who was holding the spear. Red flame against blue flame. Although the opponent was at the same level as him, he had the help of the heavenly fire. That king didn't even have time to react, and was devoured by Ling Xiao's blue flames, turning into ashes. Old Rome, the other king-level expert holding a large blade, roared, and his whole body became ferocious and crazy. A sparkling and translucent pill fell into his mouth. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, an incomparably strong resistance was emitted. That king instantly rose by 2 levels, and his strength was close to the peak of the king level. Heavens, he actually used a Mad King pill. It really is a Mad King pill. Otherwise, how could he instantly reach a high-level king level? What a monster! Who is that young man? He's clearly just at the initial king level, but he killed 3 of the Zhao family's elders, and now he's even forced an elder to use a Mad King pill. It's unbelievable. Looking at the intense battle in the sky, all the kings let out gasps of surprise. Shockingly, the pill that the Zhao family's king had just consumed was a 4th-level pill, the Mad King pill. The Mad King pill and the Spirit-Burning pill were both forbidden medicines, and most people wouldn't use them unless absolutely necessary. This was because this pill required one to burn one's lifespan in order to increase one's strength. The Mad King pill that the Zhao family's elder had consumed could allow any king to instantly reach the peak of the king level. It was a pill that required 50 years of lifespan in order to increase one's strength. Although any martial artist who broke through to the king level would gain 200 to 500 years of lifespan, losing 50 years of lifespan in one go would make anyone feel like vomiting blood, and it would make their future breakthroughs even more difficult. If the Zhao family's elder hadn't been forced into a corner, he wouldn't have consumed the Mad King pill. Who would have thought that the young man in front of him would be so terrifying? He had killed 3 of his brothers, and his speed was unparalleled, so he had no chance of escaping. Rather than being killed, he might as well spend a few dozen years of his lifespan to kill this brat. As an alchemist, Ling Xiao naturally knew the effects of the Mad King pill. However, he still wasn't afraid. The battle intent in his heart soared into the sky, and he seemed to have forgotten that he was in his opponent's territory. A dazzling golden light shone from his body. Suddenly, the golden light behind Ling Xiao released a dragon-like roar. Roar! It was like a golden dragon that had been sleeping for a long time, and many of the king-level martial artists in the air were so frightened that they started to sway. The weaker martial artists below were so frightened that they stumbled and knelt on the ground. Ling Xiao was startled by this sudden turn of events. He felt as if something in his body was awakening, and the blood in his body was churning endlessly. Spiritual energy was roaring in his meridians. For a moment, Ling Xiao felt his battle intent surge endlessly, and the energy in his heart seemed to have been suppressed for a long time. At this moment, the Zhao family's king-level martial artist who had consumed the Mad King pill had completely digested the pill's power, and he was at the peak of the king level. He looked at Ling Xiao ferociously and said, "Damned bastard, I will tear your body into 10,000 pieces." After saying that, his entire body turned into a shooting star and attacked Ling Xiao. The broadsword in his hand was surrounded by fire energy and killing intent. The Zhao family elder's strength had increased by more than 10 times, and every slash carried a pressure that tore through the air. At this moment, after the five-clawed golden dragon behind Ling Xiao disappeared, his entire person was still filled with battle intent, and he was not afraid of the powerful pressure at all. He actually put away the ice and fire sword, and used his golden fists to meet the attack. Ding dang dang dang. The broadsword slashed at the golden fist, producing the sound of metal clashing. The spirit energy in the air continued to fly in all directions, and the trees were instantly blown away. The two of them kept changing positions, and the battle was extremely intense. The king-level martial artists who had stabilized their bodies were all stunned by this battle. They had thought that the young man would be cut down by the blade of the peak king-level martial artist. Unfortunately, they saw the birth of a golden dragon. This young man was actually able to use a pair of fists to fight against the Xian artifact in the hands of a peak king-level martial artist. This was simply too unbelievable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they definitely wouldn't have believed it to be true. In fact, even Ling Xiao himself didn't believe it to be true. Although his body could withstand a high-level king-level martial artist attack, it was impossible for him to fight a Xian artifact head-on. However, his body seemed to have activated something just now. A golden figure condensed from the attribute divine light filled his entire body with power. It was as if his battle prowess had increased by several times, and his flesh and blood had also undergone an inexplicable change. Therefore, he decided to use a head-on method to dissolve the surging energy in his body. The Zhao family elder was about to go crazy. He had originally thought that killing this brat would be as easy as flipping his hand when he reached the peak of the king level. However, Chunxi's fist was like a 10,000-year-old rock, and he was unable to cut through it. Conversely, it shook him to the point his eyes went numb. Fuck, I don't believe that you have a body made of gold. The Zhao family elder cursed loudly. His sleeves fluttered while the broadsword in his hand danced about madly. Spirit energy converged from all directions and formed a flaming tornado that blasted towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao roared with laughter. Ha! Come, let me fight to my heart's content. Ling Xiao was like a fearless golden dragon as he plunged headfirst into the tornado. For a time, exclamations of surprise resounded in the surroundings. Everyone felt that Ling Xiao would definitely die this time. That was the full-strength attack of a peak king rank expert, and even an Earth Monarch rank expert wouldn't have it easy if he fell into it. Chapter 353. Above the gates of 1,000B City. A crimson tornado dyed the sky red, and the surrounding air was terrifyingly hot. The ultimate strike of a king-level master. Even the heavens and earth would change color. Bang bang. Sounds of bombardment could be heard from within the tornado. Every time a sound rang out, a part of the wind wall would become much dimmer. In the end, huge golden fists smashed the scarlet tornadoes into the sky. The golden fist was more than 3 meters wide, and every punch was powerful enough to destroy rocks and split the earth. As the crimson tornado dissipated, the Zhao family elder spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was already at the peak of the king level, using such a powerful strike had drained his body. The young man, who looked like a golden god of war, did not stop there. His golden fist blasted toward the elder of the Zhao clan courageously. The Zhao family elder suppressed his injuries and hurriedly swung his sword to meet the attack. Break! Ling Zhao's golden fist smashed onto the sword. He roared, his voice like thunder, and his aura shook the heavens. Ding! The fist and the sword clashed, and the sound was deafening. The sword cracked open, and the fist smashed into the sword again. His golden fists were like the toughest weapons, and each of his punches cracked the broadsword. In the end, the Tier 4 low-grade broadsword was smashed into pieces. The spectators were all shocked to the point that their eyes went numb. How is this possible? His fist is comparable to a top-grade profound weapon? This young man must have trained in the fist force, or his fist would not be so hard. Even the metal attribute would not be so strong. It's too scary. Even a peak king-level master could not suppress him. Unless the three families attack at the same time, or an ancestor figure, then he can be taken down. With such power, no wonder he can challenge the rules of the Thousand Bee City. In the face of power, everything else is meaningless. Impossible. Even if you have practiced boxing since you were young, it is impossible to take on a fourth-level, profound weapon. The Zhao family elder roared. The fourth order saber in his hand could even kill an Earth's sovereign realm expert. Yet, it was shattered by a pair of golden fists right before his eyes. How could he accept this? As if possessed, he blasted out a palm of flames towards Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not plan to continue playing because he had already sensed several powerful auras flying in his direction. He took natural steps and instantly appeared behind the Zhao family elder. His golden fist directly punched towards the Zhao family elder's back. This golden fist could even shatter a Xian artifact, so how could this Zhao family elder withstand it? Thief, how dare you! A shocking roar came from not far away, and a golden palm print broke through the air and attacked. Ling Xiao had a faint smile on his face. His fist directly penetrated the Zhao family elder's back. With a flick of his hand, he used the Zhao family elder's body to meet the golden palm print. Rumble! The Zhao family elder's body immediately turned into a mist of blood and dissipated. How dare you kill someone from my Zhao family? Today, I'll definitely have you cut to pieces by 10,000 swords. A golden figure quickly approached, giving off a heaven-toppling fury. It was the Zhao family's third elder, Zhao Qinglai. His strength was close to the peak of the king level, and he was one of the Zhao family's top experts. Zhao Qinglai had just stopped when a few more sounds of wind breaking rang out. Four figures stood behind Zhao Qinglai. All of them were old men close to 100 years old, looking to be in their 50s or 60s. Their cultivation levels ranged from low to mid-level king level. These four people were also Zhao family elders. The five people from the Zhao family had just stopped when another few figures appeared beside the five of them. These five people were from another faction, the Huang family. The leader was a tall and skinny old man who was also a high-level king-level expert. His body was surrounded by an emerald green light, as if filled with endless vitality. Huang Xiaoyan's status was not lower than Zhao Qinglai's. He was the Huang family's patriarch's younger brother. He specialized in the wood attribute and was the most promising person in the Huang family to break through to the Earth Emperor level. The people from these two families were the Thousand Beast City's protectors. If anyone dared to engage in a battle within the Thousand Beast City, they were allowed to capture and kill them. Ever since several decades ago, an elder of the River Dar clan had been killed outside the city, and his head hung above the city gates. They could not even remember how many years it had been since anyone had dared to cause trouble in the Thousand Beast City. And now, a young man of only 20 years of age had broken the Thousand Beast City's rules and killed four Zhao family elders one by one. Such an act was undoubtedly a blatant slap to the faces of the three powerful factions. The Zhao and Huang families' enforcement elders are here. Looks like this young man will not be able to escape death. That's hard to say. Look at that young man's unwavering will to fight, and he seems to be fearless. I'm afraid his background is not to be underestimated. How many years has it been since anyone dared to challenge the rules set down by the three powerful factions? If this young man escapes today, then the three powerful factions will not be able to keep their faces. Stop arguing. Let's see how that young man deals with this. Zhao Qinglai stared fixedly at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Where did this little thief come from? You dare to commit murder in the Thousand Beast City? I will execute you on the spot." Upon saying that, Zhao Qinglai's palms morphed into two brilliant golden eagle claws that clawed towards Ling Xiao's head. Trying to kill someone without distinguishing between right and wrong? Do you think I'm a pushover? Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was still raging, the spirit power in his body seemingly inexhaustible. He coldly snorted and bluntly smashed the eagle claw with a punch. Zhao Qinglai's expression changed, and he did not dare to be careless. A pair of golden eagle hooks appeared in his palms, glowing brilliantly. The hook's shadows flew in all directions, sharp as blades. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless anymore. With such a powerful enemy before him, he had to end the battle quickly. He pushed his unparalleled speed to the limit, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air, the eagle hooks unable to harm him in the slightest. He seized the opportunity in that instant, and his golden fist struck out once again, striking the side of Zhao Qinglai's body. Zhao Qinglai was not impaled to death like the previous person, but was sent flying violently. Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. He's actually wearing a high-grade defensive armor. Everyone attacked together. Kill him. An elderly man from the Zhao family saw that Zhao Qinglai was at a disadvantage, and he immediately shouted. He took the lead to swing his sword at Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. The others quickly drew out their weapons, and a brilliant wave of spirit energy attacks surrounded Ling Xiao. After a series of explosions, the figure of the young man disappeared without a trace. Ha! No one dares to challenge the rules of the Thousand Beast City, not even the people from the Seven Sects themselves. Zhao Qinglai saw that Ling Xiao had disappeared, and he thought that he must be dead, and he immediately broke out in laughter. At that moment, the Huang family's Huang Xiaoyan's eyes creased up, and he raised his head to shout. He's not dead. He saw Ling Xiao looking down from above. His brows creased up slightly, and his formless spirit energy morphed into the shape of the ice and fire sword, slashing towards Zhao Qinglai's consciousness. Uffed. Zhao Qinglai's laughter had not stopped when his head exploded and he died. When the mid-stage, king-stage cultivator from his Zhao family had died, no one had noticed it. But now, the people around them had clearly seen this strange and terrifying scene. Taking a person's head without a sound. Such a shocking method. Only a heavenly revered cultivator and above would be able to do such a thing. And this young man before them was obviously just a king-stage cultivator. How did he do it? One of the Zhao family's elders cried out. He knows demonic arts. Join forces and kill him. Another elder of the Zhao family was more composed, and he roared loudly. His entire body glowed brightly, and the heaven-piercing silver lord blasted towards Ling Xiao. The other elders of the Zhao family also unleashed their killing moves. Suddenly, an astonishing multicolored screen of light appeared in the air, causing the surrounding area to tremble, and another layer of dust fell off the ancient city walls. Facing the many attacks, Ling Xiao no longer used his physical body to block them. The ice and fire sword in his hand appeared once again, and his entire body moved with the wind attribute Cloud Shadow Phantom, leaving those attacks behind him. Ling Xiao arrived behind a Zhao family elder, and the ice and fire sword blossomed with sparkling ice crystals. The second form of the 6 arts of the prideful cold. 3 feet of ice. When the Zhao family elder sensed the danger, his entire body had already been sealed into an ice man. The ice shattered, and his body split into pieces. The remaining 3 elders of the Zhao family were shocked and angry. One of them asked Huang Xiaoyan for help. Elder Huang, why aren't you making a move? Huang Xiaoyan shouted with a stern expression. Seal him. Let this old man finish him. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 elders of the Huang family immediately flew in all directions, each making a different hand seal. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth immediately locked down on Ling Xiao. The remaining 3 elders of the Zhao family also joined the ranks of the seal. The multicolored spirit energy formed a huge wall that pressed towards Ling Xiao, making it impossible for him to escape. Huang Xiaoyan held the high-rank 4-Xian rod in his hand and smashed down from above. This rod was like a flash of lightning, dazzling green, and its power was astonishing. Ling Xiao was completely trapped, unable to counterattack. Facing such a dangerous situation, Ling Xiao was still not afraid. Another demon weapon appeared in his other hand, blood-devouring demon blade. Why aren't you going to seize his body? What are you waiting for? Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at Huang Xiaoyan, who was charging towards him, and said faintly to the blood-devouring demon blade, Whiz! A ball of black mist flew out from the demon blade. Huang Xiaoyan had already used his strongest move, and just as he was about to smash the kid, the black broadsword actually turned into a ball of something that pounced towards him. The black mist was too fast, and there was no warning at all. Huang Xiaoyan didn't even have the time to react before the black mist actually drilled into his facial features. When the black mist entered Huang Xiaoyan's head, he let out a shocking scream. The Xian rod that he struck out finally stopped 5 centimeters away from Ling Xiao. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao was using demonic arts again and killed Huang Xiaoyan. A middle-stage king-level elder of the Huang family wielded his sword and entered the seal, wanting to kill Ling Xiao to take revenge for Huang Xiaoyan. "Little bastard, go and die for me." That Huang family elder gritted his teeth and shouted. The long sword in his hand turned into an earthen yellow sword light that slashed towards Ling Xiao's waist. The sword chi crisscrossed, and the killing intent was awe-inspiring. Rumble. The sword chi ruthlessly struck onto Ling Xiao's body, but was unable to injure him in the slightest. That Huang family elder roared again. "I don't believe that you have an undying body." This time, he didn't use spirit energy to attack, but directly used the long sword to stab towards Ling Xiao's throat. Ling Xiao was already bound and couldn't move. He could only watch as the sword stabbed towards him. Chapter 354. Facing the snake-like longsword, Ling Xiao's face did not show the slightest trace of fear. That Huang family elder's face was filled with malice, as if he could already see Ling Xiao dying under his sword. Suddenly, the Huang family elder felt a gust of wind at the back of his head as an ominous feeling assaulted him. He wanted to retreat, but he found that he had already been locked down and could not move. His aura rushed to the peak as he struggled to escape. Unfortunately, his reaction was not fast enough. A staff shadow smashed into his head, causing a disgusting lump of brain matter to spill out. "Elder Yin, why? Why are you like this?" The elders who had locked down Ling Xiao looked at the person who had attacked the Huang family elder in shock. Ling Xiao took advantage of their distraction, and his battle intent surged once more. His strength once again reached its peak. The golden shadow of a dragon roared, and the lock was immediately shaken off. "Not good, he's escaped." One of the Zhao family elders cried out. As he cried out in alarm, the others once again tried to confine Ling Xiao. However, how could Ling Xiao let them do as they wished? He turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through the air. The ice sword in his hand was like a scythe for harvesting straws. Wherever he went, an elder would be cut down. Puff, puffed. 3 heads were chopped off and sent flying. They did not even know what had happened until they died. Another Zhao family elder and 2 Huang family elders were filled with fear and immediately fled in all directions. At this time, other than Ling Xiao, there was another figure that was not any slower than Ling Xiao chasing after the 2 Huang family elders. The 2 Huang family elders were intercepted and were about to attack when they found that the one in front of them was Huang Xiaoyan. "Elder Yin, let's go back and ask the patriarch to come out. That little bastard is too strong." One of the Huang family elders quickly said to Yin Xiaoyan, Don't worry. With me here, there's no need to be afraid of anyone." Huang Xiaoyan laughed strangely as he closed in on the 2. Another Huang family elder seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes widened as he retreated. "Quick, let's go. Elder Yi has been hit by sorcery." "What?" Another Huang family elder exclaimed in shock. "Your reaction is not bad, but this emperor is not under demonic arts." Huang Xiaoyan laughed savagely, the black rod in his hand emitting a strange black light. The black light was like an endless sickle, instantly drowning the 2 of them. Pu 2 clouds of blood mist blossomed. Huang Xiaoyan flew under the blood mist, raised his head, opened his mouth, and inhaled deeply. The fresh blood converged into his mouth. What was he doing? Could it be that elder Yin has already been controlled by that young man? This is too disgusting. It's actually drinking human blood. This is simply demonic. This time, the Zhao and Huang families have really kicked a steel plate. Ling Xiao had just killed the escaping Zhao family elder, and when he turned his head, he saw the scene of Huang Xiaoyan drinking blood. His stomach felt like it was overturning the seas, and it was extremely disgusting. Haha, the taste of drinking blood is still so refreshing and delicious. Huang Xiaoyan laughed maniacally towards the sky. His face was covered in blood, and when he laughed, it was so ferocious and terrifying. Put away that disgusting look of yours. Let's go. Ling Xiao frowned as he spoke to Huang Xiaoyan. Huang Xiaoyan collected himself and shot 2 rays of divine light towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao went up to meet them and said indifferently, "What? You just obtained a body, and you want to rebel?" Huang Xiaoyan withdrew his gaze and bowed towards Ling Xiao. This old servant doesn't dare. The current Huang Xiaoyan was no longer the original Huang Xiaoyan. The original Huang Xiaoyan had already been devoured by the Demon Emperor, and the current Huang Xiaoyan was completely under the Demon Emperor's control. In other words, the current Huang Xiaoyan was the Demon Emperor Ling Xiao's servant. I don't think you dare, otherwise I wouldn't mind beating you back to your original form. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. After all, the Demon Emperor was an ambitious and ruthless character of his generation. Although he had submitted to him now, who knew whether or not this terrifying fellow would betray him? Ling Xiao was somewhat worried, and he could only make up his mind to speed up his cultivation breakthrough. He definitely wouldn't allow a servant like the Demon Emperor to escape his control. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave with the Demon Emperor, 2 terrifying forces surged over from not too far away. The Demon Emperor cried out, "Not good, there's a monarch coming." Ling Xiao could also feel that terrifying pressure, and it was getting closer and closer at a shocking speed. Let's go. Ling Xiao didn't dare to activate the teleportation formation right now, so he immediately rushed off in a certain direction. He raised his wind element to the limit, and with the addition of his cloud shadow steps, he left behind strange afterimages in the air. The Demon Emperor had just taken over Huang Xiaoyan's body, so his strength was only at the high-level monarch level. Moreover, Huang Xiaoyan's element wasn't compatible with the Demon Emperor's, and the Demon Emperor's spiritual force hadn't recovered yet, so he couldn't use his true strength. He could only choose to flee like Ling Xiao, but his speed wasn't any slower than Ling Xiao's. The two hadn't even escaped a kilometer when a huge blue palm that was dozens of meters wide descended from the sky, pressing down on the two. The moving clouds seemed to be shaken away by that powerful aura, and the sound of wind whistling could be heard in the air. Not good. Ling Xiao used all his strength, and his steps were extremely fast. At this moment, he only hated that he didn't have 2 more legs, and his wind element didn't seem to be enough. Bang bang. Ling Xiao and the Demon Emperor were like flies being swatted by the giant blue palm, and they were smashed into a small mountain not far away. Rumble. Dust rose from the mountain peak, and birds and beasts flew high into the sky. 2 figures stopped in the air above the mountain peak. Both of them were old men over 200 years old. One was an old man in a blue robe, with long eyebrows drooping and a stooped body. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his old eyes were like blue stars, giving off an unfathomable feeling. The other old man was dressed in green, and his hair was all white. His face was thin, and as he flew through the air, green light flickered around him. He had the air of an immortal. These 2 old men were the Zhao family's old patriarch, Zhao Shi, and the Huang family's previous elder, Huang Lingji. Both of them had the terrifying strength of a low-level Earth Emperor. The one who had smashed Ling Xiao and the Demon Emperor into the ground was the Zhao family's old patriarch, Zhao Shi. "Brother Zhao, you are too cruel. You even killed my little Yin," Huang Lingji said, glaring at Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi replied, "Brother Huang, don't be angry. I didn't see that it was your kid. If I had known, I would have just killed the other kid. If anything happens to my little Yin, don't blame me for disregarding the relationship between the 2 families," Huang Lingji said coldly. Although the two families belonged to the same alliance, there were still open and veiled conflicts between them. Both hoped that the other party's power was much weaker than their own. Only then would they have the absolute right to speak in the Thousand Bee City. Zhao Shi, of course, recognized that the one who had escaped was Huang Xiaoyan, and that palm strike was indeed intentional. Since he was trying to kill someone who dared to make a move in the Thousand Bee City, he would just treat it as a mistake, and the Huang family wouldn't be able to say anything. The two Emperor-level experts had sealed off the small mountain, and their aura had been suppressing the mountain peak. Even a fly wouldn't be able to fly out. Huang Lingji was worried about his nephew's safety, and he shot towards the foot of the small mountain peak in a flash. But when he reached the position where the two people were trapped, he only saw two deep pits. The deep pits were stained with quite a bit of blood, but there was no sign of the people. Zhao Shi also came down from the air. He looked at the deep pits and asked in surprise, "Where are they?" Huang Lingji glared at him and snorted coldly. "You asked me, but who am I supposed to ask?" Upon saying that, he waved his hand and the rocks and trees around the deep pits were sent flying. "They've all been sealed off. Where can they run to?" "Strange." Zhao Shi rose into the air and formed several hand seals to grab at the mountain peak. One after another, low-grade spirit beasts were being led up from all over the mountain peak, and they gave off a terrifying roar. "Does that kid know how to burrow in the ground?" Zhao Shi roared, and the tens of spirit beasts that had been led up were turned into pools of blood. The rage of an Emperor-level expert was so terrifying. At the foot of the mountain, Huang Lingji's divine sense surged into the ground. Suddenly, the corner of his eye twitched, and he slammed his palm down on the ground. Boom! The green palm print caused the corner of the mountain peak to sink in. He really knows how to burrow into the ground. This kid really has a powerful background. Huang Lingji's expression turned grave. He had just sensed the movement of creatures underground, and he was certain that the youth had slipped away. The youth who had killed more than 10 Emperor-level experts from the Zhao and Huang family had successfully escaped. The news immediately caused a huge uproar in the Thousand Bee City. For so many years, no one had dared to use force within the boundaries of the Thousand Bee City. Even if it was a king-level expert who used force in the Thousand Bee City, they would die a horrible death. However, the youth had not only used force, he had also killed more than 10 elders of the Zhao and Huang family. 2 Earth Emperor-level experts had attacked at the same time, and the youth had escaped with severe injuries right under their noses. This was definitely the most sensational thing that had happened in the Thousand Bee City in the past 100 years. Following that, there was another rumor that the conflict had nothing to do with the youth who had escaped. It was because the heir of the Zhao family had found the youth an eyesore and had deliberately made things difficult for the youth to humiliate him, which had led to the conflict between the two sides. Just because he found the youth an eyesore, he had caused several of his own elders to be killed. The price was exorbitant. When the patriarch of the Zhao family learned of the matter, he flew into a rage and broke one of the heir's legs, and ordered him to face the wall for 10 years to atone for his crimes. King-level experts in any sect would be a highly revered existence, and in other cities, they would be able to dominate. Now that they had lost so many of them, even if the Zhao and Huang family were rich, they would not be able to withstand such torment. On the same day, another shocking piece of news came out of the Thousand Bee City. The relationship between the Lu family and the Zhao and Huang family had become rigid. The Lu family was willing to withdraw from the position of guardian of the Thousand Bee City and no longer participate in the management of the Thousand Bee City. And there were people who said that this matter was related to the youth who had killed the Zhao and Huang family, because someone had seen the youth stay at the Lu family for a night before he committed the murder. Chapter 355. The Thousand Bee City was abuzz with heated discussions. All the restaurants were discussing the major event that had just happened. A 20-year-old king-level cultivator killed more than 10 elders from the Zhao and Huang families and was severely injured by an Earth Sovereign-level cultivator. Many people saw that the young man's unparalleled fists were able to shatter weapons and kill people without leaving a trace. Everyone was speculating about the young man's origins. Some people said that he was from the southern wilderness because before the battle, many people heard the young man say that he wanted to use the transmission array to go to the southern wilderness. Others said that the young man was from the continent's holy land of martial arts, which was the center of the continent, known as the Central Region. They felt that only a place like that could produce such a powerful young man. No matter how excited the Thousand Beast City was, no one knew about it. Deep in the Thousand Beast lair, green pines and cypresses, hundreds of flowers, fresh and fragrant spirit grass. In a man-made cave, a bare-chested young man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His face was extremely pale, and there was dried blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was severely injured. Beside him was a spirit beast that looked like a dragon that was guarding him. Who else could the severely injured young man be but Ling Xiao? Before this, he had been smashed into the mountain by Zhao Shi's palm and was almost dead. If he hadn't practiced the Vajra 5 transformations arts and had an amazing defense, he would have become a puddle of blood. An Earth Sovereign level cultivator's full power strike was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Fortunately, he had summoned the Purple Flood Dragon when he was seriously injured and had brought him and the Demon Emperor underground. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape. Ling Xiao had the protection of his body, and the body that the Demon Emperor had just taken over had been completely destroyed by Zhao Shi's palm. Poor Demon Emperor, he had just enjoyed the taste of being reborn, and now he had to return to the Blood Devourer's saber to nourish his soul. Ling Xiao was now using the Vajra 5 transformations arts to cultivate his body. He had already practiced the Vajra 5 transformations arts to the initial stage of the 4th transformation, and his recovery speed should have been very fast. But the destructive power of an Earth Sovereign level cultivator was terrifying and almost took his life. He took a medicinal pill and activated his cultivation to recover. It took him a day and a night to pass the critical period. It could be said that this was the most dangerous time for Ling Xiao in recent times. After a day and a night, Ling Xiao's condition had finally stabilized. He took out another 3 high-leveled 3rd stage healing pills and threw them into his mouth. He continued to absorb the medicinal effects of the pills to further heal his body. The muscles in his body could recover their vitality with every step he took, and the spiritual energy in his meridians kept flowing and flushing. The 3 parts restoration chi was also circulating on its own. The 2 great mysterious arts were working in tandem. Another half a day passed, and Ling Xiao's breath gradually returned to normal. His face became ruddy as well. Phew, I've finally recovered by 60%. The majesty of an emperor is truly inviolable. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Although he was confident that he could defeat everyone in the king rank, there was still a great disparity between him and the monarch rank. Just as Ling Xiao was about to stand up, he noticed that there was something different about the light surrounding him. The golden divine light on his body was still dazzling, but it was a little more agile. The tiny divine light was like a golden dragon swimming in the air. It looked extremely noble and extraordinary. Even the protective light has changed. Ling Xiao looked at the golden light around him and muttered to himself. Previously, during the battle at Thousand Beast City, the energy in his body had surged and the golden dragon had illuminated the world. This energy greatly increased his combat strength and defense by 2-fold. Only now did he pay attention to the changes in the protective divine light. Does this have something to do with the Vajra 5 transformations arts? Ling Xiao thought. At this time, the Demon Emperor's voice sounded in his mind. This is the ancient royal family's divine art. What do you know? Tell me quickly, Ling Xiao asked. The Vajra 5 transformations arts was obtained by the Ling family's grand elder in his early years. Even he didn't know the origins of the Vajra 5 transformations arts, so Ling Xiao had no reason to know. The Vajra 5 transformations arts was very difficult to cultivate, but its defensive and regenerative abilities were monstrous. Ling Xiao suspected that it wasn't the Vajra 5 transformations arts, but the immortal deity arts. Now that the Demon Emperor suddenly called out another name, it was obvious that he had some understanding of the Vajra 5 transformations arts. The Demon Emperor had dominated the continent for many years, and his knowledge was naturally not something that Ling Xiao could compare with. Ling Xiao took out the demon vampiric blade and had the Demon Emperor appear before him in mist form. The Demon Emperor's face had just transformed into a black mist face, and he looked at Ling Xiao's noble divine light as he searched his memories. It really is the ancient emperor's divine art. I never thought that I would see such a divine art after 10 years. I really have no regrets in my life. The Demon Emperor sighed. Ling Xiao urged, "Stop squeaking. Hurry up and tell me the origins of the Vajra 5 transformations arts." Vajra 5 transformations arts? The Demon Emperor asked. That's right. I cultivate the defensive Vajra 5 transformations arts. Ling Xiao nodded. The Demon Emperor didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he smiled. Master, you don't cultivate the Vajra 5 transformations arts, but the ancient emperor's divine art. He then looked at the divine light around Ling Xiao and said, It seems that Master cultivates an incomplete divine art. This protective divine light is too weak. If it wasn't for the divine art's transformation, this old servant wouldn't have been able to recognize it. Following that, the Demon Emperor slowly began to explain the secrets of the ancient emperor's divine art. 100,000 years ago, the continent was under the jurisdiction of a few dynasties, and the most famous one was the Kim People's Dynasty. The Kim People's Dynasty had existed for 30,000 years, and they had established an extraordinary foundation. They were the longest ruling dynasty in the ancient times. The people of the Kim People's Dynasty all cultivated metal attribute cultivation techniques, and the royal family's highest mental cultivation technique was called the Ancient Emperor's Divine Art. It was a powerful cultivation technique that had already reached the divine level. There were only a handful of cultivation techniques in the world that had reached the divine level. These cultivation techniques were all created by the divine level Almighty and possessed unparalleled power. The Ancient Emperor's Law, created by the Kim People's Divine Emperor, was one of the most terrifying cultivation techniques in the world. The Kim People's Ancient Emperor's Divine Art was a supreme mental cultivation technique that tempered one's body. It was said that only the imperial family of the Kim People's Dynasty could cultivate it to large success, because it required a supreme dragon chi to cultivate it layer by layer. Even if an ordinary person obtained this cultivation technique, it would only be of little value. When the Ancient Emperor's divine art reached small success, the dragon chi would appear on one's body, and one's combat power would increase exponentially. It was also because of this that the direct descendants of the Kim People's Dynasty were many times more powerful than those of the same cultivation level. It could be said that not only were they invincible against those of the same cultivation level, but they could also fight those of a higher cultivation level without losing. Furthermore, the Ancient Emperor's divine art had another perverse ability, which was the ability to automatically regenerate an injured body. When the Ancient Emperor's divine art reached large success, as long as the head was not destroyed, even a severed limb could be regrown. It was truly an existence comparable to the immortal deity technique. Hearing this, Ling Xiao instantly understood. His Vajra 5 transformation technique was definitely a modified version of the Ancient Emperor's divine art, and the cultivation technique was definitely very different from what the Demon King had said. Furthermore, its power could not compare to the complete mental cultivation technique. According to what you said, I shouldn't be able to cultivate the dragon chi. So how did I manage to do so? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. According to what the Demon King knew, the Ancient Emperor's divine art required the dragon chi of the Kim People's bloodline in order to cultivate the dragon chi, but he himself did not have any Kim People's bloodline. So how did he manage to cultivate the dragon chi? This is also what this old servant does not understand. Perhaps it has something to do with that little mudworm the Demon King replied, but his gaze was fixed on the purple Jiao Drake. Something to do with it? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. That's right. Even you, Master, did not know when you came into contact with a trace of the dragon Qi, causing your protective aura to change. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the dragon Qi to appear, the Demon King replied. Ling Xiao fell in a deep thought. He had only been with the purple Jiao Drake for a little over a month, and he had not even refined the essence blood of the Drake. So how did he come into contact with the dragon Qi? Could it be that because the purple Jiao Drake's bloodline was pure, he had come into contact with the dragon Qi just by being with it? That didn't seem too likely. At that moment, Lu Wang, who rarely spoke up. That pool of myriad year stone milk is where the purple Jiao Drake normally plays. It should have undergone a metamorphosis there, and quite a bit of its essence blood has mixed with the myriad year stone milk. That's the reason for your dragon Qi. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that what Lu Wang had said was absolutely correct. In the heaven-suppressing sect's secret realm, he had once used a large amount of myriad year stone milk to cultivate in the purple Jiao Drake's lair. He had even used quite a bit of myriad year stone milk to break through to the initial success of the fourth transformation. Even at that time, he had not expected that the myriad year stone milk would actually contain the essence blood of the purple Jiao Drake. That was a huge profit for him. When he thought of that, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel annoyed at Lu Wang. That damned old man drank all of the myriad year stone milk, or else this young master would definitely be able to cultivate the dragon Qi. Following this, Ling Xiao asked the Demon Emperor, "Are there any members of the Qin people's imperial family left behind?" The Qin people's imperial family was an ancient race, and it had been tens of thousands of years since then. Ling Xiao really wanted to know if there were any members of the Qin people's imperial family left behind. In truth, what he wanted to know the most was the whereabouts of the true ancient emperor's mystic art. If he could obtain the true ancient emperor's mystic art, it would be equivalent to cultivating an immortal body. Moreover, his combat power would be unparalleled. Any martial artist would dream of obtaining such a thing. The Demon Emperor chuckled and said, "The Qin people's imperial family was destroyed by the combined forces of the other imperial families in ancient times. However, according to the ancient records, there were still people left behind from the Qin people's imperial family. In the end, they cultivated the ancient emperor's mystic art to large success and killed the descendants of the other imperial families. However, the Qin people's imperial family did not rebuild their dynasty and disappeared from everyone's sight. They should have gone to the heaven domain. From then on, there were endless wars on the continent, and in the end, all of the dynasties ceased to exist. The Demon Emperor had read about these secret realms that Ling Xiao had mentioned before. Currently, there were no dynasties on the continent, let alone imperial families. However, hearing the two words heaven domain from the Demon Emperor's mouth was still very shocking. According to the legends, the heaven domain was a mysterious place that only those who had reached the saint realm or above could go to. The Qin people's imperial family was there? Just what kind of existence was the Qin people's imperial family? Chapter 356. In ancient times, hundreds of races contended for supremacy, the era of the Holy Lord and the Divine King. The Qin people's dynasty had been unified for 30,000 years. One could imagine what kind of colossus the Qin people were. Their inherited divine art was called the ancient emperor's divine art, and was on par with the two great arts of the ancient royal family. It was one of the most terrifying divine arts. Ling Xiao did not expect that the Vajra 5 transformation arts he cultivated would have such a great origin. And he had also activated the veil of the divine art under inexplicable circumstances, which filled him with curiosity and expectation for the road ahead. The Demon Emperor did not know much about the rumors of the Qin people. After all, the Qin people had disappeared from this area for 100,000 years, and all that was passed down were endless legends. And the so-called heaven region was just an unreachable dream for Ling Xiao. He firmly believed that one day he would be able to break through the shackles and stand at the top of the world, and break into the world that only the saint level could reach. After asking some secrets about the Kim people, Ling Xiao began to ask the Demon Emperor about the situation in the Central Region. The Central Region was the holy land of martial arts in the mainland. There were many sects and countless aristocratic families. It was the dream of all martial artists. Back then, the Demon Emperor had a fierce reputation in that place. But that was 5,000 years ago, and the real situation in the Central Region was unknown. Even so, Ling Xiao felt that his horizons had been broadened a lot. At the same time, he had set a goal, which was to find the Heaven Gu divine art as soon as possible. When the time came, he would go to the holy land of martial arts and bravely explore it. To find the Heaven Gu divine art, he had to go to the ancestral land of the Gu clan. The ancestral land of the Gu clan was far away in the southern wastelands. Without a transmission array, it would take more than a year to fly there. And the priestess only had a little more than a year's time. He would not be able to make it back and forth. Moreover, he did not know if he could find it. Time was of the essence. At this moment, Ling Xiao was worried about the transmission array. Among the cities nearby, only the 1000 B city had a transmission array to the southern wastelands. Ling Xiao had no choice but to find a way to use the transmission array. Otherwise, he would have to spend more than a year to fly to the southern wastelands. However, that was an absolutely impossible choice. Motherfucker, you damned spoiled brat. I'm just a bit more handsome, and you dare provoke me? Just wait until I'm a bit stronger, and I'll exterminate both your Zhao and Huang families. Ling Xiao slammed a fist into a boulder as he cursed. Ling Xiao had already killed more than 10 king-level experts from the Zhao and Huang families, and they would definitely not allow him to leave the 1000 B city. Moreover, both families had Earth Sovereign Realm experts, so it was impossible for Ling Xiao to kill them one by one. This kind of unexpected calamity really made him depressed. Master, you don't have to worry too much. Actually, you still have a way to suppress those monarch-rank kids, said the Demon Emperor. If I had such a method, I would have killed my way there myself. Do you think I need you to remind me? Ling Xiao said grumpily. The Demon Emperor laughed sinisterly and said, Master, although you don't have the ability to destroy them now, but that little tree should be qualified. That little green tree? Ling Xiao paused, and then said, You mean Lu Wang? Filthy thing, what nonsense are you talking about? This old man is a pacifist and never participates in battle. Lu Wang said unhappily in his consciousness. Not participating in battle doesn't mean you can't fight. The Demon Emperor said meaningfully. Ling Xiao then remembered Lu Wang's shocking methods in the Barren Mountain Range. With his abilities, it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with an Earth Sovereign Realm expert. Little friend, I'm telling you, don't even think about it. This old man has just recovered a bit of his essence and doesn't have much fighting power. Lu Wang spoke first to stop Ling Xiao. Old thing, stop pretending. A 10,000-year-old tree that can transform. Even a monarch would have to give way to it. The Demon Emperor said from the side. What do you know? This old man's essence has been greatly damaged, and I won't be able to recover without a few thousand years. Lu Wang said stubbornly. Keep pretending. You can fool Master's youth, but you can't fool this old man's discerning eyes. You filthy thing, if you dare to be arrogant again, this old man will destroy a wisp of your divine sense. All right, you two old things, stop arguing. Ling Xiao was getting dizzy from their bickering and had no choice but to call for them to stop. In an instant, the two old things quieted down. Ling Xiao sank into deep thought, trying to think of a way to deal with this situation. After a while, he seemed to have thought of a plan, and joy appeared in his eyes. He then asked the Demon Emperor, When you devour other people's souls, can you also isolate their memories? That's true. The Demon Emperor hesitated. Good, then I have a way to escape. Who knows, I might even be able to make a huge profit. Haha. Ling Xiao laughed. Master is thinking of. The Demon Emperor was once a hero of his generation, and he immediately knew what Ling Xiao was thinking. He also revealed a happy expression. Don't say anything. Just let me rest for 2 days before returning to the city. This young master will openly have them ask me to leave. Ling Xiao revealed a strange smile. 2 days later, in the Thousand Beast City, the elders of the Zhao and Huang families were constantly on patrol, searching for suspicious characters. They had set up a trap at the transmission array, waiting for the young man who killed them to appear. At the same time, the two families began to decorate their homes, preparing to marry the two young ladies of the Liu family. Originally, the Liu family had vowed to resist, but the Zhao and Huang families each sent 2 Emperor stage experts to the Liu residence and captured the Liu family's patriarch, Liu Zheng, to threaten the 2 young ladies of the Liu family to submit. This meant that the 3 families had shed all pretense of cordiality. The Zhao and Huang families swore to annex the Liu family's property in the Thousand Beast City. In the Liu residence, in a private room, light muslin, picturesque screens, beautiful women like jade. The 2 sisters, Liu Fong and Liu Jing, were dressed in bright red satin, with colorful hairpins on their heads. Their faces were lightly smeared with rouge. Brides, they should be the most beautiful women in the world. However, the 2 young ladies of the Liu family did not look the slightest bit happy. There was only endless sorrow in their beautiful eyes, making them look very pitiful. When the maidservants behind them saw them like this, their faces also showed sadness. Usually, the 2 young ladies were amiable and approachable, treating them like sisters. Now that their young ladies were being forced to marry into the Zhao and Huang families, they really felt sad and sympathetic for the 2 young ladies. Sister, I don't want to be separated from you. I don't want to marry into the Huang family. Liu Jing could not control her emotions and threw herself into her sister's arms, crying loudly. Liu Fong was crying as she gently stroked Liu Jing's hair. Little sister, we will have to marry sooner or later. In order to save father, we have no other choice. But the 2 families have wild ambitions. They clearly want to annex our family and obtain the map fragment. Liu Jing cried. Sai, how could I not know? Grandfather died in an accident, and we only have the guardian elder. 2 fists are no match for 4 legs. How can we fight against the 2 families? Liu Fong sighed heavily. The 2 young ladies cried, and the makeup they had just put on their faces was wasted again. One of the maidservants behind them reminded them in a low voice, Young ladies, it's almost time. Quickly touch up your makeup, otherwise you won't look pretty. What does it matter if we look pretty or not? In any case, they just need a formality. Their real goal isn't here. Our bodies are just extras, Liu Fong complained. At the side, Liu Jing wiped off all the makeup on her face and loudly cried. Once we save father, I'll definitely make them pay. Liu Jing's face flashed with deep hatred. At this moment, a woman's voice came from outside the door. Young ladies, are you done yet? It's almost time. The 2 young masters have come to fetch the bride. Just as she finished speaking, 2 middle-aged women swung their scarves and swayed their fat butts as they walked in. These 2 women both had monkey cheeks, thin eyes, and duck-like mouths. It was obvious at a glance that they were typical gossip matchmakers. A matchmaker dressed in flowery silk immediately saw that the 2 women's makeup had been ruined by their tears, and her expression changed. She immediately pointed at the Liu sisters' maidservant and scolded. What are you doing, you lowly maidservant? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and put on makeup for the 2 young ladies. If you don't make it in time, you'll be in for a good time. The other matchmaker dressed in crimson silk also scolded. If the 2 young masters see this, they'll definitely skin you alive. The 2 maidservants trembled in fear and quickly went to fix their young ladies' makeup. Unexpectedly, Liu Jing stood up and shouted at the 2 matchmakers. Who do you think you are? How dare you yell here? If you dare to say another word, I'll immediately send you to see the King of Hell. Liu Jing was already a low-level spirit master and could already emit pressure. The 2 matchmakers were just ordinary people, and they were immediately frightened by Liu Jing's aura and fell to the ground. Scram! Scram! If you dare to come in again, I'll kill you first. Lu Jing was already in a state of grief and indignation, and these two matchmakers could be considered to have hit the jackpot. The two matchmakers wailed and wailed as they scrambled out of the room. Faintly, their resentful voices could still be heard. These two little beauties are really worthless. They scared me to death. After the two young masters ride them, they'll definitely be banished to the cold palace. That's right, the best would be to sell them to the 10,000 spring brothel and let them become the stinky beauties for 10,000 men to ride on. What an unrewarding task. We must get the young master to give us more money later. Yes, I almost broke my waist when I fell just now. Without rest for half a month, I won't be able to recover. An hour later, the wedding procession finally arrived. Gongs and drums filled the air, voices were loud, fireworks fluttered, and beasts roared. The three most powerful forces in the Thousand Beast City were to unite by marriage on this day. The two daughters of the Lu family were to be married to the Zhao and Huang families. The former second prince of the Zhao family had his legs broken and was punished to face the wall for 10 years. The groom was now his cousin, the third Prince Zhao Bo, and the Huang family was still second Prince Huang Feng. The two of them were dressed in golden robes, crowned hats, and decorated with colorful flowers, their faces full of joy. Although the two families were marrying the two daughters of the Lu family for the common benefit of the two families, they did not feel that this marriage was a loss. After all, the two daughters of the Lu family were rare beauties who could outshine the moon and put flowers to shame. Letting them be the young mistresses was a good match for them, and they would be able to enjoy the beauties. Chapter 357. The Zhao family and the Huang family married two daughters of the Lu family at the same time. The Thousand Beasts City celebrated, shops and mansions decorated with colorful decorations. The streets were filled with the sound of gongs and drums, the hustle and bustle of people. The two families held a banquet in a luxurious pavilion. All the influential people in the Thousand Beast City came to congratulate and present gifts. Inside the pavilion, the two bridegrooms were smiling proudly as they walked among the thousands of people, toasting unceasingly. A festive atmosphere lingered in the mansion. Deep within the pavilion, there were two separate pavilions, which were equally luxurious and festive. But in this kind of environment, there were sorrowful, sobbing sounds, which was completely different from the atmosphere at the moment. In one of the pavilions, LV Jing pulled off the red veil over her head. On that coquettish face, there were two lines of tears washing off the thick layer of rouge. Her spirit master cultivation had been sealed, and she was no different from an ordinary person. She stood up, and determination flashed across her beautiful eyes. An unwilling, resentful, and suicidal aura exuded from her. She grabbed the golden blanket at the head of the bed, and with a flick of her hand, the golden blanket hung on the beam of the room. She lifted the table and chair, stood on top of it, and slowly tied a dead knot on the golden blanket. With one look, it was obvious that she was going to hang herself. Benefactor, LV Jing will repay your kindness in my next life. LV Jing closed her beautiful eyes, two lines of tears streaming down her cheeks. Just as she was about to hang her neck on the golden blanket, the sound of a window breaking rang out. LV Jing was startled by the sudden sound, and her body fell off the table and chair. Whoosh! The figure that came in through the window immediately rushed to the fallen LV Jing and grabbed hold of LV Jing's slender waist. LV Jing was about to scream, but a large hand covered her red lips. The person whispered, "Don't make a sound, it's me." When LV Jing heard that voice, her body trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes turned to look at the person close to her. Her pupils contracted slightly, looking surprised, but her expression seemed to be filled with joy. The person who came in was Ling Xiao, who had rushed back from the lair of Thousand Beasts. For the past few days, the Thousand Beast City had been on high alert, checking suspicious people's movements. Ling Xiao had the purple flood dragon centipede to lead the way and came in directly from the ground, so no one could find him. He had wanted to go to the LV residence to find the two girls of the Liu family to understand the situation, but found that the two girls had been forced to marry people from the Zhao and Huang family. Thus, he captured a servant of the Zhao clan and interrogated him. He found out that the Zhao clan and the Huang clan were holding a banquet to celebrate together. Therefore, he hurried over and happened to see LV Jing about to hang herself, so he immediately appeared to save her. LV Jing and LV Jing, and said, "Second Miss LV Jing and LV Jing of LV Jing and Liu family and blood family." Ling Xiao took a deep breath and let go of LV Jing. "Why do you have to do this, Miss LV?" Who knew? The moment Ling Xiao released LV Jing, LV Jing hugged Ling Xiao's waist and started sobbing. "I thought I would never see my benefactor again." Ling Xiao's body stiffened. He had not thought that LV Jing would be so bold, and he thought with some grievance, "She dared to take advantage of me. What a loss." After that, Ling Xiao comforted LV Jing in a low voice, letting her calm down first. "What is going on with the three families? I see that you two sisters were forced to marry." When LV Jing quietened down, Ling Xiao immediately cut to the chase. When he had left the LV residence, he had heard the two girls crying in front of the main hall of the LV residence. After that, he had met the Zhao and Huang family who came to propose marriage. From that, he had thought that something must have happened to the LV family, and the two girls had been forced to marry under the pressure of the two families. He had to figure out the relationship between the two families in order to carry out his plan. The two families have gone too far. From the beginning, they sent people to propose marriage to our family. They have the ambition of wolves and want to take advantage of the opportunity to annex our LV family. My sister and I refused, so they chose a tyrannical and shameless method. 4 of the older generation of bastards broke into our family, injured our previous generation's guardian elder, and captured my father to force us to marry into their family. LV Jing bit her lip, her eyes blazing with anger. Originally, the 3 families had been living in harmony with each other. But 2 years ago, her grandfather had been seriously injured outside and died as soon as he returned to the family. Each of the 3 families had 2 Emperor Stage experts, and the death of one Emperor Stage expert in the LV family meant that their strength had dropped by half. Thus, the 2 families began to suppress the LV family in an attempt to divide the LV family's property. However, they did not go too far in the beginning. After all, the LV family's foundation was not weaker than theirs. They chose to use a more conciliatory method. They wanted the younger generation of their family to marry the 2 daughters of the LV family, which would be equivalent to obtaining half of the LV family's property. However, the LV family had long since seen through their ambition and refused to marry them. In the end, they had no choice but to invite the Emperor Stage experts of their families to join hands with them to the LV family. They even captured LV Zheng and threatened that if the 2 daughters of the LV family didn't marry into their family, LV Zheng would die and the LV family would perish. The 2 women were filial children, so they had no choice but to agree to the wedding. After understanding the cause of the matter, Ling Xiao finally relaxed. He only wanted to deal with the Zhao and Huang families so that he could use the transmission formation to leave. He had come to find the 2 daughters of the LV family in order to obtain some information from them. Now that the LV family had completely broken off relations with the other 2 families, it was exactly what he wanted. At this time, the sound of footsteps could be heard from outside. Someone's coming. Ling Xiao's senses were sharp. He quickly hid behind the door and held his breath. LV Jing was also an extremely intelligent woman. She immediately turned around and covered her head with a red cloth. Creak! The door was pushed open and a drunken youth swayed his body as he walked in. Zhao Bo was the 3rd son of the head of the Zhao family. He was 25 years old and a low-level spirit master. "My wife, I've made you wait for a long time. Your husband has come to the bridal room with you." Zhao Bo lecherously looked at LV Jing, who was sitting on the table. LV Jing and Zhao Bo originally had the same level of cultivation, but LV Jing's cultivation had been sealed during the wedding ceremony. She was no different from an ordinary person. That was why the Zhao family dared to let Zhao Bo enter the bridal room alone. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what would happen if he was killed by LV Jing. Zhao Bo was about to throw himself at LV Jing when she retreated in alarm. Haha, don't run. Your husband will dote on you. You'll just obediently be the young mistress of the Zhao family. Zhao Bo was almost drunk, and he did not manage to reach LV Jing for the first time. Just as Zhao Bo was about to throw himself at LV Jing again, LV Jing was not as fast, and she was about to be caught in his arms. Puff! Suddenly, Zhao Bo's head burst open like a smashed watermelon. Quite a lot of blood splattered onto LV Jing's new dress, making it look even more dazzling and festive. Ling Xiao had used his formless spirit power to kill the two previous spirit masters who had come with Zhao Bo through the door. Let's go quickly. Go save your sister first, and then save your father. Ling Xiao pulled LV Jing, who was still in a daze, out of the private room. He then snuck into another private room to rescue LV Fong. On the night of the wedding, the outside was still bustling with noise and excitement. Within the private room, there were only a few maids and servants walking about. The other guards were patrolling outside to protect the guests, to prevent anyone from causing trouble. At the same time, the people from the two families were highly conceited. They had thought that no one in the Thousand Beast City would dare to stroke the tiger's whiskers. They would naturally not have thought that with the tight security outside, and with more than 10 King Grey guards standing guard, they would still be able to successfully sneak into the new private room. They had just reached the private room, where LV Fong was in, when they heard screams coming from inside. LV Jing's face was ashen, and she immediately shook Ling Xiao's arm, crying out, "Benefactor, quick, quick, save my sister." Ling Xiao shook off LV Jing's hand, and his whole body was like a bat in the dark night, immediately using his spirit power to sweep over the two guards of the door. The two guards did not even know what had happened till they died. Ling Xiao kicked the door open and saw LV Fong being carried by a young man. Her clothes had been torn to shreds in many places, and her full, snowy white bosom was almost completely exposed, two bright red spots swaying like a lotus. "Who is it?" the young man of that year shouted in shock. Ling Xiao pointed a finger, and a streak of blue flame shot into the young man's brow. "Let's go." Ling Xiao flashed and carried LV Fong, who was still in a daze, into his arms. He did not even look at the young man and immediately escaped from the room. Ling Xiao brought the two girls to the ground in the courtyard and immediately released the purple flood dragon centipede to carry the three of them out of the private room. The purple flood dragon centipede carried the three of them to the ground. The protective divine light covered the three of them, so that the three of them would not be obstructed by any line of sight or soil. With a faint purple halo, Ling Xiao held the two girls of the LV family in his left and right hands. The fragrance of the young girls caused his heart to be in chaos, and his gaze involuntarily fell on LV Fong's upper body, which only had a few strands of silk hanging on it. That smooth, exquisite, round and moving skin was extremely alluring, and that full and soft virgin peak made one's blood boil and their body burn with desire. LV Fong shyly turned her pretty face away, and the blush spread to her neck. Her heart was thumping nonstop. LV Jing, on the other hand, leaned into Ling Xiao's arms with an intoxicated expression, her hands tightly hugging Ling Xiao's tiger waist. She could feel the unique scent of a man, and it made her extremely intoxicated. Ling Xiao tried his best to control his eyes from looking at that alluring body, but his eyes seemed to be out of his control and could not move. He could only howl in his heart, "See no evil, see no evil." When the purple flood dragon centipede broke out of the ground, two streaks of bright red snot flowed out of Ling Xiao's nostrils. LV Jing reluctantly moved away from Ling Xiao's tiger body and looked at Ling Xiao's red snot. She exclaimed, "Benefactor, how did you get hurt?" LV Fong let out a cry and instantly hid behind her sister, cutting off Ling Xiao's vision. Ling Xiao's face turned red, and he awkwardly wiped the blood from his nose. He pretended to be innocent and said, "The weather has been too hot recently, and the virtual fire has risen." The virtual fire has risen. LV Jing was puzzled when she heard this, but when she turned around, she saw that her sister, who was hiding behind her, had also turned red. "Benefactor, if you want, I can give it to you." LV Jing had always been bold, and she looked straight at Ling Xiao and said faintly. Her eyes were filled with infinite anticipation and shyness. Chapter 358. The night was like water, the moon was soft, and the beauties were as beautiful as jade. Of the two daughters of the Liu residents, one had her breasts exposed and was extremely alluring. The other was straightforward and bold, her eyes as clear as water and full of affection. Ling Xiao was extraordinarily handsome, with a jade-like appearance. He was full of vigor and vitality. Finally, Ling Xiao met LV Jing's gaze and was defeated in less than half a second. He took out some clothes from his spatial ring and tossed them to LV Jing, then quickly took a few steps back. "Let your sister put on some clothes. We'll think about how to save your father. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble when the sun rises and the matter is exposed." Although he said so, he was actually bitterly lamenting in his heart. "Fuck, this young master is too pure. I can even endure this." "Cowardly man," LV Jing muttered in her heart, then covered her sister with the clothes. Ling Xiao once again summoned the purple drake and brought the three back to the Liu residence. In order to save Liu Zheng and deal with the Zhao and Huang families, he had to plan carefully. In the mountains behind the Liu residence, an old man over 200 years old was meditating. His face was thin and pale, his hair was disheveled, and his vitality was dim. From the looks of it, he had suffered a serious injury that was difficult to recover from. He was the Liu family's previous guardian elder, Liu Buwei, a low-level Earth Emperor. 2 days ago, 4 Emperor stage experts from the Zhao and Huang families attacked together. He fought against 2 Emperor stage experts alone and was seriously injured. If it wasn't for the other side showing mercy, he would have been buried in the earth. However, with his current state, it was difficult to suppress his injuries. A lot of hidden energy remained in his body, constantly destroying his vitality. He knew that in less than a month, he would die here. Liu Buwei spat out a mouthful of blood, his injuries worsening. Big brother, I'm sorry. The Liu family is about to be destroyed in my hands. I really don't have the face to meet you in the underworld. Liu Buwei murmured unwillingly, his expression indescribably desolate. The Liu family used to be so mighty, but as soon as his elder brother passed away, they were immediately encroached upon by the 2 families. Now, they were even forced into a marriage. His heart was filled with indignation, unwillingness, and unwillingness. At this moment, there was a strange movement from the ground. "What is it?" Liu Buwei immediately stood up, ready to attack at any time. Second Grandpa, Liu Fong and Liu Jing immediately called out to Liu Buwei as soon as they emerged from the ground. Liu Buwei was shocked. He never thought that Liu Fong and Liu Jing would be able to break out from the ground. Liu Buwei frowned when he saw Ling Xiao by the 2 women's side, and he said, "You're the one who killed over 10 king-rank experts from the Zhao and Huang clans?" Although Liu Buwei was in closed-door training here all year round, he still knew everything that was happening in the outside world. Ling Xiao didn't deny it. "That's right. I didn't want to cause any trouble, but they didn't like me." Liu Buwei stared at Ling Xiao for a while before he said, "Why did you come to help us? Do you think you can deal with those 4 old fellows?" Ling Xiao casually smiled and said, "Whether it works or not, we will only know after we try. As long as Senior can provide them with a detailed location, it will be fine." Liu Buwei's old eyes twitched, and he thought to himself, "Is this kid really the successor of some great power? Forget it. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Take them and leave, as far as you can, cough cough." Liu Buwei weakly waved his hand, and then coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. "Second Grandpa, how are you?" The two women worriedly supported Lu Buwei. I'm fine. You guys go with him, the further the better. One day, when you're strong enough, you can come back to take revenge for our Lu clan, Lu Buwei said. He didn't think that this young king rank expert could really deal with 4 emperor rank experts at the same time. Ling Xiao could already see that Lu Buwei's injuries weren't light, and a small bottle appeared in his hand. He then handed it to Lu Buwei and said, "Senior, take this." This is... Lu Buwei suspiciously took the bottle, and a chill went straight into his bones. Top quality stone milk? Lu Buwei was a bit happy. This is 10,000-year stone milk. It should be able to heal Senior's injuries, Ling Xiao faintly said. 10,000-year stone milk. Lu Buwei's hand trembled, and he almost dropped the bottle. Any spirit item that was over 10,000 years old was called a divine item. Not only could 10,000-year stone milk cleanse the marrow and meridians, but it also had extraordinary healing abilities. Lu Buwei hadn't expected that this young man he had just met would give him such a precious thing. It had to be known that such a small bottle would cause countless people to fight over it. Even an Empyrean would be envious. Really giving it to me? Lu Buwei asked excitedly. With this small bottle of 10,000-year stone milk, not only would he be able to recover from his injuries, but he would also be able to cleanse his marrow and meridians again. He would be able to take another step forward in his lifetime. So how could he not be excited? Of course, I still need Senior's help. Ling Xiao very seriously nodded. Back in the belly of the mountain, he had already stored a lot of 10,000-year stone milk. He wasn't stupid enough to let Lu Wang suck it all up. Lu Buwei no longer acted delicate and used his remaining spiritual energy to set up a restriction in the cave to prevent his recovered aura from leaking out and attracting attention. Lu Buwei licked his dry tongue and impatiently drank the 10,000-year stone milk. Immediately, a pure energy began to cleanse and heal his injuries. At the same time, a wave of cold began to spread throughout his body. Ling Xiao was just about to use his fire spiritual energy to help him dissolve the cold qi, but he found that the cold qi was actually being absorbed into Lu Buwei's body. At the same time, Lu Buwei's aura began to rise, and he seemed to become 10 years younger, completely sweeping away his previous dispirited appearance. When the two women of the Lu family saw this, their faces were filled with joy. Lu Buwei was the current pillar of the Lu family. Now that Lu Buwei was truly dead, the Lu family could be said to be completely finished. For hours quickly passed, and it was now the middle of the night. Lu Buwei finally woke up from his meditation. His essence energy had recovered to its peak, and it seemed that his strength had risen by quite a bit. His old eyes emitted a frightening cold light. Lu Buwei excitedly said, "Good. I didn't think that this old man would be able to recover and reach the peak of the low level. The heavens are truly blessing my Lu family. Since Senior is fine, we should properly plan how to eliminate those 4 old farts," Ling Xiao said from the side. Lu Buwei looked at Ling Xiao and cupped his hands to thank him, saying, "Little friend, thank you for your help. If you need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Senior is too serious. I only help you to help myself," Ling Xiao replied humbly. At this moment, the more Lu Buwei looked at Ling Xiao, the more satisfied he was. He then looked at his 2 granddaughters and thought, this child's talent is outstanding and his strength is extraordinary. He is qualified to be my Lu family's grandson-in-law. Afterwards, Ling Xiao and Lu Buwei began to plot for a while. Next, Ling Xiao had the 2 girls of the Lu family hide here for the time being. He then summoned the purple flood dragon puppet to bring him and Lu Buwei underground, heading towards the Zhao family's territory. They wanted to kill all 4 old farts before dawn. That way, the 2 families would not be a threat. In a cave in the back mountain of the Zhao family, it was the place where the 2 emperors of the Zhao family were in seclusion. Lu Zheng's cultivation was sealed, and he was tied up and thrown in a deserted corner. His expression was very desolate. He was the dignified head of the family, but he was thrown here as a hostage. He felt very sullen. When he thought of the scene of his 2 daughters being pressed down by the other party's grandson, He wanted to tear the two families apart. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to destroy the tiger, he did not have the strength to kill it. Not far away from him, two old farts were meditating with their eyes closed. They were surrounded by a bright brilliance, giving them a somewhat sage-like temperament. Zhao Shi, the previous head of the Zhao family, was a low-level Earth Emperor and specialized in water attribute spiritual power. That day, Ling Xiao had killed more than 10 elders of the Zhao and Huang families. Just as he was about to leave, Zhao Shi struck him with a palm strike. If it weren't for the protection of the ancient emperor's divine art, 5 changes of the Vajra spell, he would have been killed. Moreover, the body that the Demon King had seized had been destroyed. Zhao Shiren, the younger brother of Zhao Shi, was the previous elder of the Zhao family. His strength was even more terrifying than his elder brother. He was a mid-level Earth Emperor and specialized in would attribute spiritual power. He was the top existence in the Thousand Bee City. The two brought Lu Zheng here to prevent Lu Buwei from coming to rescue. Suddenly, Zhao Shiren opened his old eyes, and 2 balls of green light shot out, looking extremely strange and frightening. "What's that?" Zhao Shiren pointed down with one finger, and a vine-like phantom sank into the ground. "Brother, what did you find?" Zhao Shi asked puzzledly. "Nothing. Maybe I'm overthinking." Zhao Shiren frowned and shook his head. Zhao Shi pondered for a moment and said, "Is that kid here?" "Who?" "The kid who escaped from my hands a few days ago." Zhao Shi replied. He paused for a moment and then said, "I don't think it's possible. He took a palm strike from me that day, and I'm afraid he's already dead in the wilderness." "Oh, I think he's dead for sure." Zhao Shiren replied faintly and closed his eyes again. However, he was not meditating, but using his divine sense to probe the ground. He had a feeling that something was nearby. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his divine sense, and a sense of danger appeared. "Who's there?" Zhao Shiren's reaction was fast, and he immediately retracted his divine sense and smashed the ground with one hand. Boom! Cracks instantly appeared on the ground, and a terrifying palm created a bottomless pit. If it wasn't for the restrictive spells that had been laid down in advance, the cave would have been destroyed by this palm. Zhao Shi was on high alert, and he also paid attention to the ground. Xiao! A huge black shadow broke out from the other side, and a mass of something shot towards Zhao Shi and Zhao Shiren. Zhao Shiren took the lead and waved a green wall with one hand, blocking the thing that shot out. Crack! The green wall couldn't stop the thing at all, and it was directly smashed. Zhao Shiren and Zhao Shi were shocked, and the two acted again. One green and one blue spirit wall blocked at the same time, and they finally managed to block the thing. In the end, the two found that the thing that was flying towards them was actually a lump of soil. Zhao Shi looked at the thick spirit beast in front of him and exclaimed, This is a dragon earthworm. How can such a powerful dragon earthworm appear here?" Zhao Shiren was puzzled, and suddenly looked in Lu Zheng's direction and cried out, "Someone has snuck in." Chapter 359. Ling Xiao and Lu Buwei had successfully snuck into the Zhao family's residence. The two of them had already arrived at Lu Zheng's side. Lu Buwei immediately undid the seal on Lu Zheng and fed him a few healing pills. It just so happened that the Zhao brothers had already discovered their presence. Zhao Shi looked coldly at Lu Buwei and said, "I didn't expect Brother Lu to dare show himself. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" "Oomph. Take care of yourself first," Lu Buwei snorted. The purple drake was at the peak of the 5th rank, comparable to a peak emperor. Although it wasn't good at fighting, it could still deal with a mid-stage emperor like Zhao Shiren. It grew to about 6 or 7 meters long, and it kept spitting soil at Zhao Shiren to attack him. This soil was refined from the soil it normally ate, and each clump was equivalent to a boulder weighing a few thousand kilograms. Zhao Shiren was a mid-stage emperor, but there was still a gap between him and the purple drake. Green light shot out from his palms, sending clumps of soil flying and causing the residents to shake. His face was solemn as he cried out, "Big brother, let's kill this earthworm first." Zhao Shi saw that his brother was having a hard time, so he didn't say a word and took out a demonic blue sword. A water demon pounced out, its aura threatening. Although the blue sword wasn't a spirit weapon, it was a mid-stage 5th-rank spirit weapon and could kill ordinary 5th-rank spirit beasts. How could Lu Buwei let Zhao Shi save Zhao Shuren? A silver dagger axe appeared in his hand. The dagger axe flashed like a dragon, and an ice bird rushed out of a never-melting iceberg, instantly turning the residents incomparably cold. This silver dagger axe was also a mid-stage, 5th-rank profound artifact. Zhao Shi, 2 days ago you and Huang Lingji injured me and forced my Lu family to submit. Tonight, I'll kill you first. Lu Buwei's killing intense sword as he brandished his dagger axe and charged at Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi had no choice but to abandon his brother and fight Lu Buwei. The 3 emperors and the purple drake clashed in a chaotic battle. The powerful energy instantly destroyed the immortal's cave. Everyone in the Zhao family was jolted awake from their dreams. Isn't that the old master's place of seclusion? How could there be such a powerful undulation? Could it be that the old patriarch and the previous generation's elder are at loggerheads? That's impossible. Tonight is the heir's joyous day. How can we spoil the mood by fighting? Not good. It should be an enemy attack. Let's go and support them. In an instant, a dozen king rank experts of the Zhao clan moved out at the same time and flashed towards the back of the mountain. In the mountains behind the Zhao family, Ling Xiao cried out to LV Zheng, "Lord LV, please leave quickly and gather everyone to prepare. When the sun rises, we'll mobilize everyone to wipe out the Zhao and Huang families in one fell swoop." How is this possible? LV Zheng replied in disbelief. "Hurry up and leave. The Zhao family's people are already rushing over. Remember, we'll find out at daybreak." Ling Xiao instructed and immediately flew towards the 3 monarch rank experts. The cave was shattered, and Zhao Shuren was able to soar into the skies. He was no longer suppressed by the purple flood dragon roar, and he could finally heave a sigh of relief. The purple flood dragon roar hadn't reached the 6th stage yet, so it couldn't fly. It could only attack from the ground with soil. Unfortunately, when Zhao Shuren was in midair, he was like a fish in water, easily dodging the attacks. At the same time, he took out a long spear, and with every swing of his spear, a giant tree shadow smashed towards the purple flood drake. A bottomless pit was smashed open in the ground. The power of a monarch rank expert was unstoppable. The purple flood dragon roar was at a disadvantage because it couldn't fly and couldn't hit its opponent. Instead, it was struck by a series of attacks, causing it to feel endless pain. In the end, it could only burrow into the ground, not daring to come out again. Lu Buwei actually dares to invade my Zhao family. Tonight, I'll wipe out your LV family. Zhao Shuren finally had a chance to catch his breath, and he shouted at Lu Buwei, who was fighting with his older brother. At the same time, he charged at Lu Buwei at full speed, the spear in his hand filling the sky with green light. Countless spears with unparalleled sharpness shot towards Lu Buwei. The sharp aura crushed the trees on the mountain peak into dust, and rocks were sent flying in all directions. At the Earth's sovereign rank, one could achieve the realm of moving with agility. What was the realm of moving with agility? When the Xianxi overflows the Dantian, one can activate one's own attributes, which can be forced out of the body to make tangible attacks. When the Xianxi transforms into spiritual energy, one can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine and strengthen one's body. This is called a spirit master. Teachers can start to teach their disciples on the road of cultivation. When they understand the flow of spiritual energy, they can control it to make invisible attacks, transforming it into immortal divine power. When they reach this step, they can soar in the sky, like a fish leaping over the dragon's gate, becoming a king. This is the biggest dividing line between an ordinary person and a true cultivator. After becoming a king, as the realm increases, one's perception of spiritual energy becomes more and more intense. When one's whole body is separated from nature and becomes one with the spiritual energy, any movement will move the spiritual energy as if one is a part of the spiritual energy. This realm is called moving with the spirit. After reaching this realm, one's spirit will take a leap and become a real king. Advancing from the king rank to the monarch rank was a process of comprehending nature. In order to break through in the future, besides Tian Bin, one also needed extraordinary comprehension ability. Only then would one be able to see through the grand Tao, advance bravely, and break through to the emperor rank. Zhao Shuren's all-out attack was many times more powerful than a king rank powerhouse. In the pitch-black sky, a demonic emerald green flashed, as if the world had turned into a green ocean. Lu Buwei didn't dare to continue fighting, but Zhao Shi did his best to stall him. Tonight, you'll stay in our Zhao family as a lonely ghost. Zhao Shi sneered, and just like his brother, he used all his strength to surround and kill Lu Buwei. Ling Xiao, who wasn't far away, had already circled behind Zhao Shuren. He was frightened by the powerful energy of the emperor rank. After a short moment of shock, he took out the vampiric blade and shouted, "Come out and take over my body." At this time, Zhao Shuren and Zhao Shi were using all their strength to kill Lu Buwei. Zhao Shuren's senses were very sharp, and he immediately noticed Ling Xiao's presence. However, he didn't have time to pay attention to Ling Xiao, nor did he care about a mere king-rank powerhouse. He just glared at Ling Xiao and continued to use his spiritual energy to kill Lu Buwei in the shortest time possible. Lu Buwei had absorbed the 10,000-year stone emulsion, and his strength had reached the peak of the low-level Earth Emperor rank. However, it was extremely difficult for him to face two Earth Emperors at the same time. The spiritual energy in his body was greatly consumed, and he was secretly praying that Ling Xiao would act quickly. A cloud of black fog appeared soundlessly, separated into the darkness of the night, and no one could detect it. "What's that?" Zhao Shuren immediately cried out when he saw the strange black mist. "He obediently give up your body," the demon emperor said with a sinister smile, and then directly entered Zhao Shuren's face. He had absorbed a large number of remnant souls in the secret realm, and his soul force had recovered by a quarter. It was strong enough to devour the souls of emperor-rank powerhouses. A emperor-rank powerhouse's sea of knowledge was already quite strong, and his soul force had a certain degree of defensive ability. Zhao Shuren wouldn't just sit and wait to be devoured, and his soul began to resist with all its might. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity to gather his spiritual energy, and an invisible ice sword flashed between his eyebrows. Skill manipulation, sword mark. Currently, Ling Xiao's spiritual energy in his sea of knowledge was very large, and his skill manipulation had reached the advanced stage. He could use his spiritual energy to evolve moves to attack the enemy. The invisible sword attack went straight for Zhao Shuren. Zhao Shuren was already having a hard time dealing with the Demon Emperor, and he didn't expect someone to attack his sea of knowledge. He screamed as his soul was digested, and the Demon Emperor took the opportunity to devour it. In just a moment, Zhao Shuren's injured soul was completely devoured by the Demon Emperor. Zhao Shuren didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes at first, but because of his arrogance, Ling Xiao and the Demon Emperor had the opportunity to take advantage of him. He was a mid-stage Earth Emperor, and he had died in such a sullen manner without even knowing it. It was truly a tragedy. "Second brother, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Shi turned around and exclaimed at Zhao Shuren. The pressure on Lu Buwei was greatly reduced, and he quickly inhaled a breath of spiritual energy to recover his energy. He then smashed the silver halberd in his hand at Zhao Shi. The silver halberd flashed like lightning, streaking through the sky. Puffed. While Zhao Shi was distracted, he was ruthlessly smashed, and a terrifying wound appeared on his back. The Demon Emperor, who had already devoured Zhao Shuren, flew to Zhao Shi's side and asked, "Big brother, are you all right?" Zhao Shi didn't know that his second brother was already someone else, and he didn't guard against it. He endured the pain and shouted, "Second brother, quickly kill Lu Buwei. I will definitely make the Lu family restless." "Fine, watch me take your head." The demon emperor sneered, and his hand struck out like lightning. Zhao Shi wasn't on guard at all, and his head was grabbed by the demon emperor. "Second brother," Zhao Shi wanted to say something, but with a crack, his head was forcibly twisted off by the demon emperor. Then, just as the demon emperor was about to drink blood, he noticed Ling Zhao's cold gaze. He laughed dryly, tossed Zhao Shi's head away, and kicked. Bang! Zhao Shi's head immediately shattered. Not far away, the Zhao family's king's staircase saw this scene, and all the hairs on their bodies stood on end. They didn't understand what was going on. The old patriarch was killed by the guardian elder. This is what is going on. The guardian elder, he was hit by demonic art. It must be like this. I heard that the young man knows demonic arts. It can't be. This demonic art can even control a monarch stage expert. Father. Second uncle. Why did you kill my father? An old man quickly flew over and shouted. He was Zhao Shi's son, the current patriarch of the Zhao family. My good nephew, I'm really sorry. I accidentally killed your father, and now I'll send you to accompany him. The demon emperor said to the Zhao family's patriarch. He then reached out with his claw and grabbed the Zhao family's head by the neck. Patriarch, everyone, go save the patriarch. Elder Ren has been hit by a demonic art. One of the Zhao family's kings cried out and took out a profound artifact to attack the demon emperor. The demon emperor glanced at the king, and with a wave of his hand, the Zhao family's patriarch slammed into the king. At the same time, he formed two black claws and grabbed the two. The Zhao family's patriarch and the king were torn into pieces without any resistance. Chapter 360. The night was as cold as water, and the sky was pitch black without the slightest bit of starlight. A patch of scarlet red blood dyed the pitch-black night sky, adding to the frightening demonic atmosphere. The Zhao family's kings felt a chill run down their spine when they saw the demon emperor tear apart their patriarch and one of their elders. The demon emperor waved his hand, and a ball of blood came to him and was sucked into his mouth. He unwillingly licked his lips and smiled. The taste of blood is really not bad. This time, it wasn't just the people of the Zhao family who felt fear. Even Lu Buwei felt a chill run down his spine. Who took over the body of the Zhao family's his second brother? Is this really a demonic technique? Lu Buwei thought doubtfully. What are you waiting for? There are emperor-level experts coming this way. Kill the Zhao family first. Ling Xiao shouted. The people of the Zhao family cried out in alarm when they heard Ling Zhao's words and immediately fled in all directions. Although they were king-level experts, they weren't enough to deal with two emperor-level experts. If they didn't flee now, they would die. Don't even think about escaping. The demon emperor smiled sinisterly. His entire body was shrouded in darkness. Like a bloodthirsty bat, he instantly appeared above a king stage expert. He grabbed with one hand and directly smashed the king stage expert's head into pieces. Then, he flashed towards the next person. Lu Buwei didn't mind. The silver dagger axe in his hand flashed with dazzling silver light, like lightning in the middle of the night. Ice birds danced chaotically as they reaped the lives of the king-level experts. A series of earth-shattering screams resounded throughout the entire Zhao family. The Zhao family's descendants rushed over one after another, only to find that their elders had been slaughtered. Blood dyed the sky and limbs were scattered everywhere. Many of the Zhao family's descendants were frightened out of their wits. They didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately fled in all directions. Stop! A thunderous voice came from not far away. Two figures moved as fast as lightning and instantly arrived in the sky above the Zhao family's back mountain. The newcomers were the two emperor-level experts of the Huang family. The earth-shattering sounds of fighting had already attracted their attention, and they had no choice but to rush over immediately. After all, the Lu family's patriarch, Lu Zheng, was imprisoned here. Huang Lingji, the previous elder of the Huang family, was a low-level earth emperor and cultivated the wood element just like Zhao Shuren. Huang Linggu, the patriarch of the Huang family, had the strength of a middle-level earth sovereign realm cultivator. He mainly cultivated the earth element, and his strength was not inferior to Zhao Shuren's. Huang Lingji, Huang Linggu, you come at the right time. You've saved me the trouble of making a trip. Tonight, let's settle this. Lu Buwei's entire body was covered in sparkling ice armor. He looked like a silver knight, brandishing his silver dagger axes as he faced off against the Huang brothers. Huang Lingji laughed. Just based on you, Lu Buwei, brother Zhao Shuren alone can destroy you. Huang, Lu Wei, Zhao Shuren alone as you are as I can as you. The Demon Emperor was naturally happy to cooperate with Huang Lingji. He pointed at Lu Buwei and shouted, Lu Buwei, you killed a disciple of my Zhao family. The Emperor of the battle, as the Emperor, the Demon King of, and of as possible, the demon as of, by he of. The Demon King charged at Lu Buwei, and the two of them began to fight. Bursts of spirit chi energy shook the heavens, and the skies shook incessantly, as the spirit chi collided with each other to create a brilliant glow. Everyone in the entire 1000B city could hear the heaven-shattering rumble. Zhao Shuren's aura is a little strange. It seems to have weakened a lot. Huang Linggu frowned. Zhao Shuren is injured? Looking at his spiritual chi, there seems to be something strange about it. There's a hint of black within the green. Could it be that his cultivation has gone berserk, causing his strength to plummet? Huang Lingji guessed with a joyful expression. Huang Linggu stroked his beard and nodded. That's possible. The battle between Lu Buwei and the Demon King was getting more and more intense. They were getting closer and closer to the two elders. Lu Buwei shouted, Zhao Shuren, you may be strong, but you're seriously injured. I'll kill you tonight. I may be seriously injured, but killing you is as easy as stepping on an ant. The Demon King snorted. The two of them secretly exchanged glances and unleashed their strongest moves. Lu Buwei's silver halberd continued to swing, and the surrounding spiritual energy condensed into a solid iceberg. The temperature of the air instantly dropped by a large margin, and the surrounding flashed with ice crystals like flying flowers in June, giving off a desolate sense of beauty. On the other side, the Demon Emperor's hands formed complicated hand seals and flashed with black and green light, giving off a very strange feeling. A powerful and dense baleful aura rushed into the sky, causing people to feel a cold, killing intent. What kind of mysterious art did Zhao Shuren cultivate? His killing intent is so strong. Huang Lingji was surprised. He must have cultivated some demonic art. He must have suffered a backlash. Now, that Lu Buwei has killed so many people from the Zhao family, he must be filled with killing intent. Huang Linggu sneered. The two exchanged glances, and their faces flashed with undetectable sneers. Huang Lingji and Huang Linggu both knew in their hearts that they were not making a move now because they wanted Lu Buwei and Zhao Shuren to fight to the death, and in the end, they would be able to reap the benefits from it. At that time, wouldn't the 1000B city still belong to their Huang family? Although the Zhao and Huang family were allies, they were not united, and each had their own ulterior motives. Just as Lu Buwei and the Demon King finished accumulating their power, all the trees on the mountain behind the Zhao residence were crushed to dust, and the gravel was sent flying in all directions. Ling Xiao, who was standing not far away, was forced to dodge by the powerful energy. He exclaimed in his heart, "Emperors are really terrifying. I wonder how long it will take for me to step into that realm." Lu Buwei and the Demon King attacked at the same time, and the two earth-shattering energies caused the sky to shake. Huang Lingji and Huang Lingu sneered, as if they could already see the moment when Lu Buwei and Zhao Shiren would perish together. Suddenly, the two bursts of energy changed the direction of their attacks and went straight towards Huang Lingji and Huang Lingu. The two of them were still sneering when they did not expect the powerful attacks to hit them. They were caught off guard and were instantly engulfed by the ice mountain and mist palm. Boom! Shocking ice crystals and snowflakes bloomed in the air, mixed with wisps of strange black mist. The entire Thousand Beast city was shaken and shook, and the two bursts of energy blasted in that direction, almost flattened everything in that direction. The full power of two emperors' attacks was so terrifying. Well done. Ling Zhao's body was thrown far away by the blast of energy, but he was not injured in the slightest. He just cried out in joy. However, the two elders of the Huang family must have died a violent death. When the smoke dissipated, the two figures were still suspended in the air, not dead. Ah, damn it, you played us. Huang Lingji hugged his broken arm and cried out in shock. That attack just now had turned his arm into dust. Huang Lingu was slightly better off at the side. His body was still intact, but his clothes were torn and tattered, and there were many wounds on him. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he seemed to have suffered serious injuries as well. The yellow armor on his body was glowing faintly. Take the elixirs. Huang Lingu threw a few elixirs to Huang Lingji and immediately swallowed one to recover. You two bastards! While my big brother is not here, you dare to plot against my Lu family's business. Don't even think of leaving here alive tonight. Lu Buwei also swallowed an elixir and shouted loudly, immediately brandishing his silver dagger axe towards the two of them. The demon emperor laughed coldly and naturally followed closely behind. Ling Xiao gathered his spirit power not far away, ready to give the two elders of the Huang family a fatal blow at any moment. Lu Buwei rushed towards Huang Lingji. Huang Lingji had lost an arm, and his battle prowess had dropped drastically. Huang Lingji did not even think about it and called out to Huang Lingu, "Patriarch, leave quickly. You leave first, I'll hold them back." A yellow shield and a light yellow broadsword appeared in Huang Lingu's hands. This shield and broadsword were not ordinary items and were the fifth-tier profound artifacts that Huang Lingu had relied on to become famous. He was also wearing a high-tier defensive armor, so even though he was injured, he still had the strength to fight. "No, we have to stay, we have to stay." Huang Lingji gritted his teeth when he saw that Huang Lingu wasn't going to leave. A green longsword appeared in his hand as well. "All of you stay." Lu Buwei had already arrived, and several ice birds flew out from his dagger axe towards the two Huang family elders. The ice birds let out a startled cry in midair and flew out, their beaks as sharp as high-tier profound artifacts. Huang Lingu held his yellow shield and took a step forward. Layers of yellow earthen walls surrounded him, but he still didn't look back as he shouted at Huang Lingji, "Patriarch, leave quickly. The family still needs you to hold down the fort. I don't think they can do anything to me." The ice birds smashed into the thick earthen walls, causing ice crystals and gravel to fly everywhere. Huang Lingu held his yellow shield and was forced back a few steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, he still gritted his teeth and slashed at Lu Buwei with the broadsword in his other hand. The stone fragments on the ground were pulled up and formed a 10-meter-long broadsword that shot towards Lu Buwei. On the other side, the Demon Emperor's shadows shot towards Huang Lingji, his mouth constantly emitting owl-like cackles. He was like a reincarnated evil spirit that made people shudder. Dozens of corrosive black fog shadows shot towards Huang Lingji. These black fog shadows were like the tentacles of an 8-clawed cockroach, infinitely long and terrifying. The Demon Emperor had reached the peak of the Emperor realm thousands of years ago, and his martial arts had reached the pinnacle. Even if his current body didn't match his element, he could still unleash a terrifying amount of power. Huang Lingji was scared out of his wits when he saw this, and he cried out in alarm, "Dark element? Has Zhao Shiren already turned into a demon?" He didn't have time to think about it, and the dozens of terrifying tentacles were already right in front of him. He waved the long sword in his hand, and streaks of green light bloomed, instantly chopping off many of the tentacles. Why does this feel so familiar? Ling Xiao looked at Huang Lingji's sword skills in astonishment. Huang Lingji fought the Demon Emperor with his crippled body, and although he was suppressed, he repeatedly used powerful sword skills to avoid danger. The other Lu Buwei and Huang Linggu had already fought above the Zhao family's courtyard. Waves of terrifying spiritual energy ripples almost flipped over the Zhao family's courtyard. The ancient pavilions collapsed one by one, and the towering trees were all turned to dust. The courtyard was filled with cries of alarm and pain. The Zhao family was completely finished under the aftermath of the battle between the two emperors. Chapter 361. Since the 1000 B city was under the control of the three major forces, there had been almost no major battles. Those who had provoked the three major forces here had all gone to hell. The 1000 Beast city in the vast northwest was a land of tranquility. Many people who committed the crime of murder and revenge would flee to this land to hide. For many years, the people in the 1000 B city had become accustomed to a peaceful life without struggle. Now, there was an earth-shattering battle sound like peerless thunder, scaring everyone out of their wits. They all knew that this night would be the most turbulent night in the 1000 B city in the past 100 years. Some powerful rogue cultivators did not dare to rashly go to see what was going on, because the strong tremors from the Zhao family made them feel a terrible lingering fear. What the hell is going on? Did the three major families start a war? Terrible aura. It's definitely an emperor-level expert. The Zhao family is finished. The power of an emperor-level expert is so terrible, no one can stop them unless the heavenly master comes out. It seems that the 100 years of peace will be over again. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. In the sky above the Zhao family's courtyard, two figures kept moving. Waves of terrible ice cones, snow, earth spikes, and earth walls were constantly bombarding each other. Waves of energy spread out. Lu Buwei was a peak low-level Earth Emperor, while Huang Linggu was a mid-level Earth Emperor. There was a gap between the two, but Huang Linggu was seriously injured by the sneak attack and could not exert his full power, so he was suppressed by Lu Buwei. In the sky above the Zhao family's back mountain, there was also an amazing battle. Huang Lingji had lost an arm. No one thought that he could withstand 3 moves from the Demon Emperor. However, the result surprised Ling Xiao. Huang Lingji had already fought with the Demon Emperor for more than 30 moves. Although it was obvious that he was losing, he was still struggling and occasionally made a desperate counterattack, almost causing the Demon Emperor to suffer a loss. The more Ling Xiao watched, the more shocked he was. He felt that the high-level, profound skill used by Huang Lingji was really familiar. This is the moon-cutting sword skill. After observing for a while, Ling Xiao finally remembered what sword skill it was. What Huang Lingji was using now was definitely the purple-level sword skill obtained from the heaven-suppressing sect in the secret territory. Ling Xiao was very familiar with the beheading moon sword, but Huang Lingji only used one arm, and his movements were slightly different, which made him recognize it after looking for a long time. They're still using the first 3 techniques. Could it be that the Huang family is a survivor of the sky-suppressing sect from 10,000 years ago? Ling Xiao guessed. The Zhanyue sword was the secret art of the heaven-suppressing sect. It had always been sealed under the statue. Now, it had been completely imprinted in Ling Xiao's mind and could not be erased. It was impossible for the Huang family to obtain it. That was why he made such a guess. Huang Lingji had lost an arm, and even though he had a high-level sword skill to defend himself, he would not be able to hold on for long. The Demon Emperor let out a series of cold laughs and said, "Stop being stubborn and die obediently." The tentacles continued to wrap around Huang Lingji, and thick corrosive smoke rose wherever they went. Anyone who came into contact with even the slightest bit of it would probably rot into nothingness. Huang Lingji's protective divine light was getting weaker and weaker, and his essence blood was constantly flowing out, which made him feel very uneasy. Mother of Kerr, even if I have to die, I will drag one of you down with me. Huang Lingji's forehead was full of sweat. He already knew that he had reached his limit, so he let out a loud roar and took a deep breath. The spiritual energy in the surroundings continuously surged towards him, and his aura once again reached its peak. Second brother, don't. Huang Linggu, who was far away, sensed Huang Lingji's intention and turned around to shout, "Go die, white bird shakes the heavens." Lu Buwei grasped this critical opportunity, and a halberd in his hand shot out an ice bird that was close to 100 meters long. The ice bird screeched, spread its wings, and soared into the sky, sealing the world in ice. Huang Linggu hurriedly used his shield to block, and countless earth walls appeared around him. Unfortunately, because he was in too much of a hurry, his defense was not strong enough, and he was sent flying far away, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. On the other side, Huang Lingji pounced towards the Demon Emperor with extreme speed, as if he wanted to perish together with the Demon Emperor. Huang Lingji's old face contorted into a sinister expression as he roared, "Come on, let's die, together." The Demon Emperor was once a lord who fought everywhere, and he could tell at a glance that Huang Lingji wanted to explode his dantian to perish together with him. "Humph, even a heavenly venerable wouldn't be able to harm me, let alone a mere emperor-rank cultivator like you." The Demon Emperor's expression became a bit more suspicious, and he coldly snorted. Then, he quickly retreated, his hands continuously forming mysterious hand seals, and clouds of black fog began to gather. Dark prison. The Demon Emperor pushed his hands forward, and a huge cloud of black fog pressed down like the blue dome of heaven. The surrounding air was pushed away, and the nearby Ling Xiao was blown back dozens of meters. Huang Lingji's body was blocked by the black fog, and he tried his best to pass through it, but it was difficult for him to take even a single step. "No, I can't accept this." Huang Lingji was about to self-destruct, and his body was already starting to crack. He opened his bloodshot eyes wide, and he gritted his teeth. He began to burn his blood essence to increase the impact. He was finally able to squeeze through the black fog in front of him, and he continued to fly toward the Demon Emperor. "CK, your grandmother, a mere emperor-rank cultivator, actually broke through my dark prison. But don't think you can drag me down with you." The Demon Emperor cursed as he retreated another few hundred meters, and his palms continued to release powerful black fog. The dark prison overlay blasted out 5 directions of black fog, and Huang Lingji was finally stopped 100 meters away from him. "No!" Huang Lingji could no longer suppress the aura of his self-destruction, and he let out a cry of unwillingness. His body was finally completely destroyed. Rumble. Huang Lingji began to self-destruct, and a powerful explosive storm burst forth like a Category 10 typhoon. It was as terrifying as peerless thunder. The Zhao family's backstage area was immediately blasted into a deep crater that was several hundred meters wide. The Demon Emperor and Huang Lingji had been affected the most recently, and he had expended a lot of energy as well. His entire body was injured by the shockwaves. Ling Xiao had long since fled, but his body was still shaken by the shockwaves, and he almost crashed into a boulder. Damn, the self-destruction of an emperor-rank cultivator is so terrifying. Ling Xiao patted his chest and cursed. "Second brother." Huang Linggu cried out in alarm. He didn't dare to stay any longer and turned to flee. "Lu Buwei, Zhao Shuren, this debt of blood will be repaid in blood in the future." Huang Linggu swore before he left. He knew that he wouldn't be able to do anything to Lu Buwei and Zhao Shuren if he stayed, so he could only wait until he recovered from his injuries. "You want to escape? Not a chance." Lu Buwei was in high spirits. He knew that if he didn't make Huang Linggu stay tonight, the Lu family would definitely suffer a disaster in the future. Lu Buwei swallowed a spirit-increasing pill, and his entire body turned into a gust of icy wind that whistled towards Huang Linggu. Ling Xiao also ordered the Demon Emperor, "Hurry and stop him." The Demon Emperor nodded and took out a few healing pills from the spatial ring that had occupied his body. F***, what trash healing pills? The Demon Emperor already had a 4th-grade healing pill in his hand, which was extremely rare in the Northwest region, but he had called it trash. If others were to hear this, how could they endure it? The Demon Emperor swallowed the pill and muttered, "His recovery is really slow." Then, he turned into a black mist and chased after Huang Linggu. Ling Xiao didn't mind, and he raised his wind attribute to the extreme. Coupled with Cloud Track's Phantom, he turned into a series of afterimages as he chased after Huang Linggu. Huang Linggu was already injured, and even though he had taken a pill that increased his speed was still greatly reduced. He didn't dare to flee back to his family, so he could only flee towards the Myriad Beast Nest. He had just reached the periphery of the Myriad Beast Nest when Lu Buwei caught up. "Let's see where you can run to." Lu Buwei roared in alarm as he swept out with his silver halberd. Huang Linggu had no choice but to defend himself. The shield in his hand was worthy of being a 5th-grade profound artifact, and it took another blow from Lu Buwei. However, it only managed to push him back again without injuring him. "Lu Buwei, do you really want to fight to the death?" Huang Linggu shouted. Why didn't you say that when your Huang and Zhao families came to bully our Lu family? Why did you say that we are from the same clan? My elder brother just died, and you want to seize the map fragment and the foundation of our Lu family? You guys are the first to act, and now you're blaming me? Just wait for your death." Lu Buwei snorted coldly as he continued to attack with his silver halberd. Huang Linggu didn't dare to continue fighting, and he turned around to flee again. He swore in his heart, "When I recover from my injuries, I will definitely bathe your Lu family in blood." Unfortunately, just as he was about to flee in another direction, a figure blocked his path. Who else could it be other than the Demon Emperor who had caught up? Although the Demon Emperor couldn't unleash the strength of Zhao Shuren's middle-stage Earth Sovereign realm, he still had the cultivation he had from several thousand years ago. His speed naturally wouldn't be much slower than Lu Buwei and Huang Linggu. "Heaven wants my Huang family dead." Huang Linggu looked up to the sky and let out a long cry. His expression was indescribably desolate. The Demon Emperor sneered as he clawed at Huang Linggu's chest. Lu Buwei's icebird was like an awl as it pecked at Huang Linggu's back. "You want to kill me? How can you do that without paying a price?" Huang Linggu revealed the same expression as Huang Lingji from before. Huang Linggu's body shuddered as his clothes fell apart, revealing a set of earth-yellow armor that tightly wrapped around his body. At the same time, several dozen spiritual power-enhancing pills appeared in his hands. He swallowed several dozen 4th-grade pills in a single breath. These pills were all capable of increasing one's spiritual power. Normally, taking 1 or 2 pills at a time would be enough for him to digest for a period of time. However, he had swallowed all of them in a single breath. It was clear that he was planning to fight to the death. Boom! The Demon Emperor and Lu Buwei's powerful attacks landed on Huang Linggu's body, but they were repelled by a tyrannical aura. "Come, tonight, either you die or I die." Huang Linggu's aura surged, and his battle intent surged as he slashed at Lu Buwei with his saber. The 3 Emperor-level cultivators began to battle. Shockwaves of spiritual energy shook the trees and weeds in a radius of several hundred kilometers. The low-grade spirit beasts were so frightened by the tyrannical aura that they lay on the ground, not daring to move. Ling Xiao stopped a kilometer away from the 3 of them. He didn't dare to get too close. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what he was going to do when he died. Ling Xiao stared intently at the battle between the 3 of them as he continued to comprehend new things in his mind. He had only just broken through to the Monarch stage, and there was still a long way to go before he could break through to the Earth Sovereign stage. Being able to calmly watch a battle between 2 Emperor-level cultivators was a very good opportunity for him to comprehend new things. The 3 of them didn't know how long they had been fighting for, but the eastern sky was gradually turning bright. Ling Xiao calmly observed the battle, and his understanding of the Earth's sovereign stage's combat prowess increased quite a bit. In fact, he had even gained a few peculiar insights. Chapter 362. In the east, a few rays of sunlight pierced through the sky. The myriad beast lair was covered in lush greenery and spirit grass. Fragrant flowers bloomed, and tens of thousands of beasts cried out in unison. Outside of the myriad beast lair, everything within a few thousand meters was blasted to smithereens. Countless trees and spirit grass were scattered, and several mountains were flattened. The battle between three Emperor-class powerhouses was terrifying. Huang Lingu consumed a large number of medicinal pills and fought against Lu Buwei and the Demon Emperor. After a few hours, his body finally couldn't take it anymore. Blood began to seep out of his skin and trickle out of his orifices. It was as if an evil spirit had been reborn, and it was quite terrifying. Lu Buwei and the Demon Emperor weren't much better off. Both of them were injured, and their battle prowess had plummeted. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. No, I can't let this go on. I must make Huang Lingu disappear completely, Lu Buwei thought to himself. Suddenly, he wanted to take Huang Lingu down with him. He roared at the Demon Emperor, "You retreat first. I'll take him down with me." Although he didn't know who this Zhao Shuren was, he knew that he was related to Ling Xiao. He believed that Zhao Shuren wouldn't make things difficult for the Lu family after he died, which was why he made this decision. The Demon Emperor's expression flickered. In actuality, it would be more suitable for him to self-destruct. After all, this body didn't match his element, and it wasn't suitable for him to recover to his peak state. It was just that he hadn't obtained a physical body for long, and he didn't want to continue living as a soul. Just as Lu Buwei was about to take Huang Lingu down with him, Ling Xiao turned into a few afterimages and appeared 100 meters away from the three of them. He roared, "Senior Lu, retreat first. Let me deal with him." Lu Buwei didn't understand why Ling Xiao was so confident, but he still obeyed and retreated 100 meters. The Demon Emperor knew that Ling Xiao had something to rely on, so he also retreated. Huang Lingu roared, "Come. Didn't you want to kill me? What are you afraid?" He glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Who are you, you little bastard? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? I'll kill you first." Huang Lingu shouted. His broadsword transformed into a 100-meter-long earthen yellow blade shadow that chopped towards Ling Xiao. "Careful," Lu Buwei exclaimed. Igor's helped Ling Xiao block the attack. The Demon Emperor, who was closest to Ling Xiao, did not make a move. After seeing Lu Buwei block that attack, a look of pity appeared in his eyes. Ling Xiao didn't have time to care so much. He mobilized all the mental energy in his sea of consciousness. The hundreds of drops of mental energy liquid emitted a bright divine light and formed an ice and fire sword. Finally, it flew out from between his eyebrows. Sword Meteor. The traceless sword gleam and sword chi slashed towards Huang Guling's consciousness. How could Huang Guling have expected Ling Xiao to use such a method to destroy his sea of consciousness and soul? Huang Guling was a mid-tier, earthly sovereign, and his soul force was quite solid. He was actually able to resist Ling Xiao's mental strangulation without dying. Although Huang Guling wasn't instantly killed, the damage to his soul still caused him to scream in pain. All the profound artifacts in his hands fell to the ground. Ling Xiao's face turned much paler, and he exclaimed to Lu Buwei and the Demon Emperor, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill him." Only then did Lu Buwei and the Demon Emperor recover their divine power. They quickly gathered the last of their energy and attacked Huang Lingu. Without any suspense, Huang Lingu was blasted into a puddle of blood. An Emperor stage expert had finally fallen. Ling Xiao finally heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw Huang Guling die. He felt dizzy, and he almost fell to the ground. Ling Xiao hurriedly landed on the ground, sat in meditation, and circulated the soul-controlling art to recover his mental energy. Heavily injuring 2 Emperor stage experts in a row was too much for him to bear. If he hadn't used the 10,000-year stone emulsion to strengthen his mental energy in the secret realm, it would have been quite difficult for him to heavily injure Huang Lingu. The strength of an Earth Sovereign stage expert soul was definitely not something a Monarch stage expert could compare to. Lu Buwei and the Demon Emperor landed next to Ling Xiao, and both of them looked extremely shocked. Lu Buwei still didn't understand what secret technique Ling Xiao had used to heavily injure Huang Lingu, and he found it inconceivable. Could it be that he really knows demonic arts? First, he controlled Zhao Shiren, and now he invisibly injured Huang Lingu. This is too terrifying. I can only make friends with this kid. I can't make him my enemy. Lu Buwei thought resolutely in his heart. The Demon Emperor's expression flickered with uncertainty, and a faintly discernible murderous aura rose from him. In the end, he didn't make a move. For hours later, Ling Xiao stood up again, and his complexion was much rosier than before. He looked deeply at the Demon Emperor. "You want to kill me?" Lu Buwei jumped in fright. He thought that Zhao Shiren had lost control of himself, and he immediately wanted to stop him. Who knew that in the next moment, the Demon Emperor would bow deeply to Ling Xiao. This old servant wouldn't dare. I know what you're thinking. You'd better be obedient, and I might even be able to help you recover your soul. Otherwise, you definitely won't be able to live. Ling Xiao harshly barked. The Demon Emperor had left half of his divine soul in Lu Sheng's consciousness, and Lu Sheng could almost sense what the Demon Emperor was thinking. As long as the Demon Emperor had any evil thoughts, Lu Sheng would immediately use the blue demon flame to extinguish that divine soul. This old servant understands. This old servant definitely won't have a second time, the Demon Emperor said humbly. When he thought of Ling Xiao's previous soul attack abilities, he thought of some distant legends. That was the reason why he was so afraid. Lu Buwei looked at the two of them in confusion, and his admiration for Ling Xiao grew even more. This boy is really a dragon among men. Even a supreme master like Zhao Shiren is under his control. In this northwest region, he can sweep away all the younger generation. Even the older generation will have to keep a respectful distance from him, Lu Buwei thought with emotion. Ling Xiao no longer paid any attention to the Demon Emperor and walked around in a circle before returning in disappointment. At this time, the Demon Emperor spread out his palm and respectfully asked Ling Xiao, "Master, are you looking for this?" Ling Xiao was overjoyed when he saw the space ring in the Demon Emperor's hand and immediately snatched it, shouting, "Why didn't you take it out earlier? You made this young master look for it everywhere." Every Earth's sovereign realm master's space ring contained a lot of treasures, so Ling Xiao naturally couldn't miss this opportunity to collect his spoils of war. Ling Xiao put away the space ring and said to Lu Buwei, "Senior should go back and clean up the Huang family." Lu Buwei nodded and said, "Yes, it's time to send them on their way." After a pause, he bowed to Ling Xiao and said, "This old man thanks little friend for your kindness. If you need my Lu family's help in any other way, Lu Buwei will not even frown. Senior is too serious. I'm only doing this for myself." Ling Xiao replied humbly as he helped Lu Buwei up. Ling Xiao's words were the truth. He had only dealt with the Zhao and Huang family for the transmission array, and helping the Lu family was just a coincidence. One day later, under the joint efforts of two Emperor stage masters, the Huang family was completely removed from the 1000 B city, and the remaining Zhao family members were also killed by the Lu family's patriarch, Lu Zheng, and a large number of experts. Only a small number of people from the Zhao and Huang families escaped into the 1000 Beast Lair, and their whereabouts were unknown. The Lu family's strong retaliation shocked everyone in the 1000 Beast City. They had never thought that what had been a joyous marriage alliance yesterday would turn into a bloodbath the next night. No one knew the reason behind it, but they all knew that the Lu family's iron fist had proven that they would be the future rulers of the 1000 Beast City. After destroying the Zhao and Huang families, the Lu family announced a month of lockdown and no one was allowed to leave the Thousand Beast City. They had to take advantage of this month's time to completely consolidate the Zhao and Huang families' properties, and no one in the outside world must know about this. Otherwise, someone would take the opportunity to fish in troubled waters and disrupt their hard-earned fruits of victory. Under the arrangements of Liu Buwei and Liu Zheng, the Liu family was reorganizing the Thousand Beast City in an orderly manner. Ling Xiao had not left, but was inspecting his spoils in a loft arranged by the Liu family. Ling Xiao had 3 spatial rings in his hands, one from Zhao Shuren, which was the one the Demon Emperor used to wear. Another was obtained by the Demon Emperor when he killed Zhao Shi, and the last one was from Huang Guling. These 3 spatial rings all came from an Emperor stage expert, which meant that they must be very rich. Ling Xiao closed the door and studied them carefully. Ling Xiao threw Zhao Shuren's spatial ring to the Demon Emperor and said, "Open it and see if there's anything good inside." The Demon Emperor had taken over Zhao Shuren's body and was the master of the spatial ring, and only he could open it. The Demon Emperor followed Ling Xiao's instructions and took out everything from the spatial ring. Ling Xiao looked at the items that occupied half the room, and his eyes were shining. "I'm rich. I'm rich. No wonder so many people like to rob others. What a great harvest!" Ling Xiao exclaimed and began to inspect the items. At least 2,000 high-grade Xian crystals, 15,000 mid-grade Xian crystals, 280,000 low-grade Xian crystals. TSK, they're all mine. All mine. Ling Xiao ignored the Demon Emperor and put on a greedy face as he kept all the Xian crystals. The 3 great families had controlled the transmission array for many years, and their wealth was not something others could imagine. Following that, Ling Xiao looked at the pills and knew that the highest grade was only stage 4. He picked out 2 bottles of healing pills and threw the rest back to the Demon Emperor. He was an alchemist, so as long as he had spirit herbs, he would not lack pills, unless it was a high-grade pill that he could not refine. Ling Xiao looked at the spirit herbs again. Most of them were stage 4, and there were not many stage 5 ones. There were 3 that were extremely precious. A 5-star lotus, a water attribute spirit herb with an extremely strong recovery ability. Any severed limb could be reattached within 2 hours as long as it consumed the 5-star lotus. It was a rare healing panacea. A green ginseng, a 1,000-year-old ginseng king that looked like a wooden man, had absorbed a large amount of wood attribute essence and was a top-grade spirit herb for wood attribute martial artists. Not only could it increase one's lifespan, it could also strengthen the defense of wood attribute martial artists and increase the number of top-grade spirit herbs that could comprehend wood attribute energy. Even Liu Wang, who was in Ling Xiao's Sea of Consciousness, wanted to take it for himself. The other stock made Ling Xiao the happiest. It was actually a soul grass, a rare spirit herb that could strengthen one's Sea of Consciousness and strengthen one's soul. A stalk of soul grass could greatly increase his spiritual force. To the Demon Emperor, it was also an extremely important spirit herb. Absorbing it could recover a lot of his soul force. However, that would only waste a large portion of its essence and would not be able to display its true use. Only by gathering other spirit herbs and refining a stage 5 soul mending pill would it be able to display its true divine effects. Ling Xiao held the stalk of soul grass and said to the Demon Emperor, "Be loyal to me, and I can refine a soul-mending pill that will allow you to recover another quarter of your soul." The Demon Emperor took a light breath and respectfully said to Ling Xiao, "This old servant is already Master's most loyal servant." Chapter 363. Ling Xiao finished inspecting the things in Zhao Shuren's space ring and said with some dissatisfaction, "Only this much. I'm really ashamed to face a powerhouse." If Zhao Shuren heard these words, he would probably come back from the dead and die from anger. His collection couldn't be said to be an earth-shattering treasure, but for any king stage expert, it was definitely an astonishing wealth. Just those profound crystals alone could be auctioned off for countless precious things. There were also those fifth-order spirit grasses, which were enough to make many king stage experts go crazy. In addition, those fourth-order and fifth-order profound weapons, beast cores, and rare refining materials. Any one of them would be a great harvest. Not to mention, there were 2 green rank profound skills and 1 blue rank profound skill. If these 3 profound skills were to be placed in any auction house in the Northwest, it would probably attract countless people to compete for them. This brat was really trying to show off after obtaining Ping. Besides leaving the pills for the Demon Emperor, Ling Xiao put away everything else. He still didn't completely trust the Demon Emperor. If he betrayed him one day, these things would be gone, so he felt safe keeping them by his side. Then, Ling Xiao picked up Zhao Renyi's space ring, rubbed his hands, and began to inspect it. With a glance, the profound crystal flowers inside the space ring appeared, dazzling Ling Xiao's eyes. "Damn this so much!" Ling Xiao exclaimed as he swallowed. The Demon Emperor tactfully withdrew from the room, a bit of disdain in his eyes, as if saying, "Such a small thing is worth making a fuss about. How ignorant!" Ling Xiao took a closer look, and the smile on his face grew wider. He found that there were 5,000 mysterious crystals of upper level, 35,000 mysterious crystals of middle level, and as many as 600,000 mysterious crystals of lower level. It was much richer than Zhao Shuren's collection. Back in Meteor City, it was extremely difficult for the great families to take out a few profound crystals, but here, there were hundreds of thousands of profound crystals. It was like comparing a rich person to a beggar. The difference was like heaven and earth. Ling Xiao cleaned up his gaff and went to look at other things. He realized that although Zhao Shuren was stronger than Zhao Shi still had a lot more good things. After all, he was the head of a generation, and even if his wealth was not half of the Zhao clans, it was still a third. This is a tier 5 high-tier immortal vine. Ling Xiao exclaimed as he looked at the sparkling and translucent spiritual herb that was exuding waves of rustling qi. The immortal vine and the 5-color bottle gourd holy fruit were top-grade spirit herbs that were comparable to 6th-grade spirit herbs. Their effects were extremely shocking, and even Earth Sovereign Realm experts would fight to the death for them. As the name suggested, it was called the Celestial Vine. It was shaped like a celestial ascending into the heavens, and the spiritual energy it contained was dense and flawless. It was a spirit herb with no attribute, and any martial artist could absorb it. It could strengthen their physique, greatly increase their spiritual energy, and raise their attributes. The above effects were not the most tempting. The other effect that was worth going crazy over was the ability to refine immortal astral battle chi. The immortal astral battle chi was a kind of supreme might that could increase one's battle intent and weaken the enemy's aura. In a battle between experts, besides strength, a fearless and invincible conviction was also required. Only in this way would one be able to display the best state of battle. The effects of the immortal astral battle chi should not be underestimated. If a low-tier Earth Sovereign Realm expert consumed this spirit herb, the expert would be able to display the powerful aura of a mid-tier Earth Sovereign Realm expert, and he would be able to suppress and defeat opponents of the same level. This was the most precious aspect of the Celestial Vine. However, in Ling Xiao's hands, the effects of the Celestial Vine were even greater. He was able to refine something called the Immortal Heaven Pill. The Immortal Heaven Pill was a top-grade, 5th-grade medicinal pill that could double the effects of the Immortal Heaven Pill. This was sufficient to show how precious this medicinal pill was. A single Immortal Heaven Pill could allow any spirit master to directly advance to the Monarch Realm, and it could allow any low-tier Monarch Realm expert to advance 2 levels to the high-tier Monarch Realm. It could also allow any Earth Sovereign Realm expert to reach the peak of that minor realm. No matter who consumed it, they would possess the immortal astral battle chi and increase their combat strength. Although the effects of the Immortal Heaven Pill were abnormal, the supplementary spirit herbs needed to concoct it were also extremely precious. In addition to the main spirit herb, the Celestial Vine, it also required many 4th and 5th grade spirit herbs. These spirit herbs were not easy to find. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely consume the celestial vine immediately. Even an ordinary alchemist would not wait to use it to concoct medicine. After all, every 4th and 5th grade spirit herb was extremely precious and hard to find. Who knew how long it would take to gather all the spirit herbs? Fortunately, Ling Xiao had a rather rich collection, and he had obtained many 3rd to 5th grade spirit herbs in the secret realm. He only needed to find a few more spirit herbs, and he would be able to gather enough spirit herbs to concoct the immortal heaven pill. Fortunately, that old fellow didn't recklessly waste natural resources. He's really lucky, Ling Xiao muttered excitedly. One had to know that the celestial vine was not that easy to find. Furthermore, every celestial vine would be guarded by a 5th grade spirit beast. Even if one discovered it, they might not necessarily have the ability to obtain it. It was no wonder that Ling Xiao was so happy. Oh, there's also a 4,000-year-old gloomy tongue orchid. That's a precious water attribute spirit herb. Once I get back, I can get it to Meng Qi to cultivate a monarch pill. It'll help her quickly break through to the emperor realm. Ling Xiao had found another high 5th grade spirit herb. The gloomy tongue orchid's leaves were as blue as water and shaped like the tip of a tongue. Spiritual energy swirled around it, and it was obvious that this spirit herb was extraordinary. After a round of inspection, it was another large harvest. It could be said that in the vast Northwest, he could already be counted as one of the richest people. Even the sect's previous generation elders might not necessarily be as wealthy as him. What kind of rotten thing is this? Ling Xiao took out a tattered piece of beast skin. Looking at it, he found that there were some lines drawn on it. It can't be some kind of treasure map, right? Ling Xiao guessed. Afterwards, Ling Xiao didn't think too much about it and still had it stay. Zhao Shi was the dignified patriarch of a generation, so the things he collected would definitely not be rotten. This map should also contain some secrets. Ling Xiao wasn't stupid enough to throw away an incomplete map like it was trash. After Ling Xiao sorted out all the things in Zhao Shi's space ring, he began to inspect Huang Linggu's space ring. As the Huang family's patriarch and #1 expert, Huang Linggu's collection naturally wouldn't be too embarrassing. Mysterious crystals, spirit herbs, beast cores, these were definitely essential. Finally, a similar tattered piece of beast skin appeared in Ling Xiao's hand, and there were also lines drawn on it. Ling Xiao combined the two pieces of map together and found that the joints were extremely consistent. It was obvious that they were the same piece of beast skin, but the other third was missing. Could it be that these 3 families have some kind of relationship? Ling Xiao thought doubtfully as he looked at the 2 pieces of beast skin. At that moment, the Demon Emperor's voice sounded from outside the door. "Master, the Lu family's 2 young ladies request an audience." Ling Xiao packed up everything and walked over to open the door. He saw that Lu Feng and Lu Jing had already arrived at the entrance of the room. The 2 women were dressed in different colored silk satin, which made their exquisite and well-proportioned figures extremely proud and alluring. Their delicate faces had a bashful expression, which made them look lovely and charming. If the 2 young ladies have something to say, just send someone to inform me. Ling Xiao will naturally go over. There is no need to trouble the 2 of you to come in person, Ling Xiao said politely. He knew that the 2 women in front of him should have a good impression of him, but his heart wasn't here, so he naturally didn't want to defile these 2 pure women. Thus, he could only use politeness to distance himself from them. "You are our benefactor and our Lu family's distinguished guest. How could we dare be disrespectful to you?" Lu Feng replied with a slightly disappointed expression. She was intelligent, so how could she not hear that Ling Xiao was trying to distance himself? When she thought of how her naked body had been clearly seen by him, her heart was filled with embarrassment and sadness. She was the dignified young miss of the Lu family and had countless suitors in the Thousand Beast City. She had always been dismissive of them, and it was rare for her to meet a man who could make her heart flutter. "You don't need to call me benefactor. If you treat me as a friend, just call me by my name." Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. Lu Jing took a step forward, her chest almost touching Ling Xiao's chest, as she said lovingly, "Then you can call me Little Jing, and I'll call you Brother Xiao, all right?" Faced with Lu Jing's bold enthusiasm, Ling Xiao couldn't take it. He took a step back and said with a smile, "No problem." After a pause, he asked, "May I know what business you have with me? Can't I come to you for no reason?" Lu Jing was rather displeased with Ling Xiao's reaction, and she said with a pout of her lips. Lu Fong tugged at Lu Jing and said, "My father and second grandfather would like to invite Benefactor to the living room for a chat. They have something important to discuss." "Oh, it seems to be about the transmission array," Ling Xiao muttered, and then said, "Then let's go now. Don't let Master Lu and Senior Lu wait for too long." Lu Fong took the lead and walked back, but Lu Jing hugged Ling Xiao's arm and wanted to walk with him. Ling Xiao's face turned slightly red and said, "Little Jing, that men and women shouldn't touch each other. It's not good if others see it." In fact, he was thinking in his heart, "It doesn't look very big, but feels quite full." When Lu Jing heard this, not only did she not let go, but she hugged him even tighter and said, "Humph, why should we be so calculative?" Ling Xiao was speechless. This was the first time he had met such a passionate woman. If it was before, he would have pushed her down and said it. But now that he had something important to do, he couldn't be delayed by the feelings of a woman, not to mention that he couldn't give her any promises. When he arrived at the hall, Lu Buwei and Lu Zheng were already waiting, as well as a group of Lu family's king-level elders. When they saw Ling Xiao walking over, they all stood up to welcome him. Lu Buwei and Lu Zheng strode forward and enthusiastically pulled Ling Xiao's hand to the guest's seat. Lu Buwei cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Brother Ling, this time the Lu family was able to turn misfortune into fortune and preserve the family business. On behalf of the Lu family, I am extremely grateful. If there is anything we need from the Lu family in the future, we will definitely not delay it." Lu Buwei had previously made this promise to Ling Xiao alone, and now that he had said it in front of Lu Zheng and the other elders, it was a confession of his promise to Ling Xiao, and it was not just a random promise. It also showed his sincerity towards Ling Xiao. Lu Zheng also said, "That's right, although our Lu family is not a wealthy family, but in the Thousand Bee City, our words are absolute. Young hero Ling can treat this place as his own home. If there is anything you need help with, just let us know." All the elders of the Lu family were curious about Ling Xiao's identity, and they were all speculating, could it be that the destruction of the Zhao and Huang families had something to do with this young man? Otherwise, why would the guardian elders and the patriarch make such a solemn promise? Chapter 364. Ling Xiao went straight to the point. "Senior Lu, Head Lu, you're being too serious. I only have one request." "What request does Brother Ling have?" "As long as it's within the Lu family's capabilities, we'll do our best." Lu Buwei patted his chest. "I have an important matter to attend to in the southern wasteland. Please open the teleportation portal for me," Ling Xiao replied. Liu Zheng laughed. "Young hero Ling, this isn't much of a request. Originally, I had already promised to help you with the teleportation array, but the Zhao and Huang clans were too overbearing. Now that young master wants to use the teleportation array, I will naturally open it for you." Lu Buwei also said, "That's right, this isn't a request. Brother Ling, please make another request." Ling Xiao replied, "Since I can use the portal, I don't have any other requests. I just want to get to the southern wasteland as soon as possible. Please help me arrange it." "How can that be? Brother Ling, you have given my Lu family a new lease on life. How can we not repay your kindness?" Lu Buwei quickly said, pausing for a moment. He then said, "How about this? My Lu family has a lot of things in the collection room. Brother Ling, you can choose from them. As long as you like them, feel free to take them. Senior Lu is too polite. You don't have to do this. I'm only dealing with the Zhao and Huang families to protect myself," Ling Xiao replied. "All right, brother, there's no need to delay it any further. You've done a great favor for my Lu family. If my Lu family doesn't do anything, others will think that we're ingrates," said Lu Buwei, slightly displeased. Ling Xiao saw Lu Buwei's insistence and could only nod. "If that's the case, then I won't refuse." Just as Ling Xiao and Lu Buwei were about to walk towards the treasury, LV Jing quietly walked to her father's side and gently pulled on his sleeve. Her eyes were filled with infinite anticipation. Then, she turned around and pulled her sister out of the hall. LV Jing looked at his two daughters and sighed in his heart. Girls of age really can't be kept at home. Following that, he called out to LV Buwei and Ling Xiao who were about to leave. "Second uncle, young hero Ling, don't be in such a hurry." He then asked Ling Xiao, "Young hero Ling, do you have a family?" Ling Xiao was puzzled by Lu Jing's question. He hesitated for a moment before replying, "I've already found a wife." Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of his inexplicable marriage with the priestess, and how he treated her sincerely in the end. He felt that it was very unrealistic, but it was so real, and his heart was warm. He still hadn't realized that in his heart, the priestess position had already risen to the same level as Yun Mingqi's. "What do you mean by concubines?" LV Zheng asked with an unnatural expression. Ling Xiao shook his head, indicating that he did not. LV Zheng then asked, "Then has young hero Ling ever thought of taking a concubine?" Before Ling Xiao could say anything, LV Buwei at the side said impatiently, "Zheng, if you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to beat around the bush?" LV Zheng smiled awkwardly and said to Ling Xiao seriously, "I want to betroth my two daughters to young hero Ling as concubines. I wonder what young hero Ling thinks about it." When those words came out, not only did Ling Xiao become stunned, even the LV family's elders had their mouths agape in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. The LV family was now the strongest in the 1000B city, and the status of the LV family's two daughters had only risen. With the LV family's current power, they wouldn't feel disrespectful even if they were to betroth the young clan lord of any other clan. However, when they heard their patriarch's words, it seemed that he wanted his two daughters to be concubines to the young man before them. They were thinking too highly of him. Although the young man possessed extraordinary powers and was worthy of their young miss, but to send two young misses to be concubines, that was just too damaging to their status. If it had been any other young master, letting one of the young misses to be his legal wife would have made that young master overjoyed. The current situation was just too different for what the LV family's elders had imagined. They couldn't help but wonder, could this young man really have an extraordinary background? But then again, the two young misses were the two most beautiful flowers in the 1000B city. They felt that no matter who asked such a question, no one would refuse it. Which man didn't like to have women on his left and on his right? What's more, they were sending a sheep into the mouth of tiger. Who wouldn't swallow it? However, Ling Xiao's answer made them want to curse and swear. Ling Xiao shook his head and refused. "Patriarch LV, I appreciate your kindness. I am in such a hurry to go to the southern wilderness, now to find a way to prolong my wife's life. She doesn't have many days left, and I really don't have the heart to think about love." Ling Xiao's words didn't have the slightest bit of hypocrisy. He really was in a hurry to find the heaven-gu divine art to prolong the life of the priestess. If he agreed to LV Zheng's suggestion at this time, could he still be considered a human? He wouldn't even be able to live with his own conscience. How could he talk about the great dream of having women on his left and right? LV Zheng and Lu Buwei could hear the determination in Ling Xiao's words and could only sigh in their hearts. At this time, LV Jing ran in from outside. Her beautiful eyes were slightly misty, and she said firmly, "You can't possibly spend your whole life to save your wife, right?" "I can wait. After you save your wife, I can be your concubine. Even if I'm just a servant, I won't regret it." After saying that, tears flowed down her beautiful eyes. She turned and ran out of the hall. And then came the words, "I'll wait for you my whole life." Ling Xiao's firm heart suddenly felt like it had been struck by lightning, and he felt a little breathless. He really didn't expect LV Jing to be so stubborn, saying such words in front of so many people. It was obvious that she had set her eyes on a lifetime of happiness. If Ling Xiao really didn't come back, would she still have any happiness in this lifetime? Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Perhaps time will fade away everything. After Ling Xiao and Lu Buwei arrived at the Lu family's collection room, Ling Xiao only picked a few high-grade spirit grasses and didn't take anything else. He had already plundered the entire collection of the 3 monarch stage masters, which was already a very big harvest. How could a person be so greedy? If others were to hear this, they would likely curse out loud. You're not greedy, you're greedy. Just before Ling Xiao was about to leave the Lu family and head to the transmission array, he took out the 2 map fragments and asked, "Senior, have you seen these 2 map fragments before?" When Lu Buwei saw these 2 map fragments, he couldn't hide his shock. "Did you get them from their space rings?" Lu Buwei took the map and asked excitedly. Ling Xiao nodded and said yes. At this time, Lu Buwei also took out another map fragment, and the 3 map fragments were pieced together to form a complete route map. The map fragments in Lu Buwei's hands proved what Ling Xiao was thinking. The Zhao, Huang, and Lu families must have some unknown secrets. Lu Buwei stared at the 3 map fragments and finally let out a long sigh. 10,000 years, a whole 10,000 years. I didn't expect these 3 map fragments to reunite one day. Unfortunately, everything has become the past. What's the point of keeping them? Then he handed the 3 map fragments to Ling Xiao and said, "Brother, you can keep these 3 map fragments. If one day you go to the Central Territory, perhaps you can come here and take a look. Maybe you'll find a great opportunity, but don't take this risk before you reach the Empyrean realm, or else you'll die." Ling Xiao took the map fragments and asked in surprise, "Senior, what's going on?" Lu Buwei reluctantly looked at the 3 map fragments in Ling Xiao's hands and sighed. With his hands behind his back, he walked to the window and looked into the distance. "This is a map of a secret realm left behind by my heaven-suppressing sect's ancestor. You're the heaven-suppressing sect." Ling Xiao almost trembled and dropped the map fragment in his hand. The heaven-suppressing sect was the most powerful 6th-grade sect in the history of the Northwest, and it already had the foundation of a 5th-grade sect. It had already disappeared in the long river of history 10,000 years ago. But now, there were still disciples of the heaven-suppressing sect in front of them. This was truly shocking, but at the same time, it was also extremely puzzling. Afterwards, Lu Buwei slowly explained the origins of the Lu family. In the past, the ancestors of Lu, Zhao, and Huang were all powerful elders of the heaven-suppressing sect. Their strength was already at the Empyrean realm, and they were almost invincible in the Northwest. The ancestors of these 3 families were also good friends. They traveled the world together and stepped into the Central Territory, where they coincidentally obtained a map of a secret realm. It was said that the final destination of this map was the existence of the secret realm where one could become an emperor. When the ancestors of the 3 families heard this news, they immediately rushed back to their sects to inform them, intending to mobilize the entire sect to go to the secret realm and obtain a peerless opportunity. But because of this map, it caused a great disaster to Mi Tian. The ancestors of the 3 families seemed to have predicted this and arranged for their descendants to leave the sections. Not long after, people from the Central Territory came and killed their way into the heaven-suppressing sect. In one night, the heaven-suppressing sect was completely annihilated. Not a single person survived, and they even set up a powerful restriction to seal the heaven-suppressing sect. The descendants of the Lu, Zhao, and Huang families luckily avoided the disaster and survived. The people of the 3 families divided the map fragment into 3 parts and hid in different cities, concealing their names and starting to flourish. After thousands of years, the 3 families finally returned to the 1000 B city based on the clues left by their ancestors. The 3 families used the map fragment as evidence to prove each other's identity, and from then on, they started to take root in the 1000 B city. After all, the 1000 B city was a city directly under the heaven-suppressing sect. They had always wanted to break the restriction of the heaven-suppressing sect and obtain the inheritance of the heaven-suppressing sect. Unfortunately, their strength was limited, and in the end, they didn't know. Then, the elders of one of the sects found the location of the heaven-suppressing sect. But with just the strength of one sect, it was impossible to break the restriction. Later, when the various sects learned of this, they had no choice but to gather everyone to break the restriction here. As the descendants of the heaven-suppressing sect, the Liu, Zhao, and Huang families naturally didn't want to see this. But the strength of the three families couldn't be compared to the sections. In the end, they made a compromise, allowing the sects to split the things in the heaven-suppressing sect, but they agreed that no one from the sects could cause trouble in the 1000 B city, and anyone who disobeyed would be killed. At that time, the three families each had several Earth Emperor stage cultivators, which was comparable to the top 8th rank sects, so the sects didn't dare to be too presumptuous. With the agreement of the 3 7th rank sects, all the sects acknowledged the independent ownership of the three families in the 1000 B city. After listening to Liu Buwei's story, Ling Xiao finally understood the beginning of the matter. He also understood why the heaven-suppressing sect, which was infinitely close to becoming a 5th-ranked sect, would disappear in the long river of history. The reason was because of the 3 map fragments in his hands, and he also understood why the sects didn't dare to cause trouble here. All of this was agreed between the 3 families and the sections. Chapter 365. Nantian City was located at the border between the northwest and the southern wilderness. It was also the border between the Dragon Sea Pavilion and the Great River Sect. Nantian City was not a city with a long history. It had only been developed for a few hundred years, but it was more prosperous than the Beast City. It was because this city was an important area on the border between the southwest and the north. It was an important link for the trade between the two regions. The population of this city was the highest in the northwest and the southern wasteland. The trade activities were frequent, and the trade of martial artists was endless. Among them, there was even the largest auction of the Dong family, which was famous far and near. The Dong family was the most powerful family in Nantian City. The reason why Nantian City was so prosperous was because of the Dong family. It was said that the Dong family's ancestor came to the Central Heaven region and settled in Nantian City. He began to control Nantian City with iron and blood. Since then, the Dong family had the final say in Nantian City. For hundreds of years, no one dared to challenge the Dong family's position. The Dong family was like the sun in the sky. Even a 7th-grade sect didn't dare to provoke the Dong family. More than 200 years ago, the Dong clan's patriarch had already stepped into the Celestial Lord stage and became a top expert of his generation. The Dong clan's disciples were also abnormally powerful. There were more than 10 Earth Emperor stage disciples, and the number of King stage disciples was not much less than any other sect. The number of Spirit Masters was as many as the hairs on a cow. With such strength, which sect would have the audacity to provoke the Dong clan? Moreover, none of these were the main reasons why the Dong clan was so powerful. The Dong clan was able to obtain its current status entirely because it had a 5th-tier alchemist. This was the reason why the Dong clan could continue to prosper. A grade 5 alchemist was an extremely respected existence, no matter where they went. Even the sect leader of 7th grade sect would have to treat him with respect and would not dare to show any disrespect. In the entire Northwest, the number of 5th grade alchemists could be counted on one hand. It showed how difficult and rare it was to improve an alchemist level. This 5th grade alchemist was the sworn brother of the Dong family's ancestor. He had always been the most respected elder of the Dong family. Furthermore, the Dong clan's auction house had been flourishing because of the high-grade medicinal pills he had provided. Now, Ling Xiao and the Demon Emperor appeared in Nantian City. With one foot, they were still in the 1000 B city, and with the next, they had stepped into a completely foreign land. The distance between the Thousand Beast City and Nan was rather far, and if one were to fly there, they would need to spend several years before they could reach there. On the other hand, the transmission array only needed the blink of an eye to arrive. From this, one could see how convenient it was for an Empyrean to construct such a spatial transmission channel. After a series of twists and turns, Ling Xiao finally embarked on his journey to find the Heaven Gu divine technique. There was still a year and a half before the priestess Heaven Gu constitution would erupt. Ling Xiao had to rush to the ancestral land of the Gu race during this time to see if he had the opportunity to obtain the Heaven Gu divine technique. At the moment, Ling Xiao didn't have the time to think so much. The world was boundless, and he wanted to find a lost divine art without any clues. This was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack, and the hope was very slim. Ling Xiao shook his head, trying to make himself forget about the troubles, his mind replaying the scene where he had left the Thousand Beast City earlier. When he thought of Lu Feng and Lu Jing's reluctant eyes, Ling Xiao felt that he was committing a crime. These two delicate beauties had already been delivered to his mouth, but they still didn't dare to take it. Damn it, am I still a man now? Ling Xiao cursed in a low voice for no reason. Ling Xiao shook his head and began to walk towards the city gate with the Demon Emperor. Just as they approached the city gate, Ling Xiao found that there were quite a number of martial artists riding various kinds of mounts into the city. There were third-grade coyotes, third-grade scarlet flame tigers, third-grade phantom leopards, third-grade lightning eagles. Dozens of different kinds of spirit beasts gathered together, looking very spectacular and lively. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Could there have been a war? Ling Xiao thought doubtfully for no reason. It should be known that no matter which city it was generally forbidden to ride spirit beasts into the city to avoid disturbing the civilians in the city. Like South Sky City, besides the fact that there was a war, Ling Xiao really couldn't figure out what was going on. Just as Ling Xiao was about to walk toward the city gate, a voice suddenly rang out. The sound of spirit beasts galloping came from behind. "Everyone get out of the way. Miss Dong is going back to the city," a voice called from behind. "Master, be careful," the Demon Emperor exclaimed. Ling Xiao only felt a few powerful auras approaching from behind. He frowned and immediately dodged to the side. Fortunately, he moved quickly, otherwise he would have been turned into meat paste by a group of spirit beasts. A wave of smoke billowed and dust flew everywhere. A group of spirit beasts riding third-grade ardent cloud lions galloped towards the city at an extremely fast speed. All the martial artists of the city gate were so frightened that they dodged in all directions. No one dared to stop them. Ling Xiao ate his stomach full of dust and couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Damn it, they're rushing to throw themselves at me. A mere king-stage martial artist dares to be so unscrupulous. Do you want this old servant to teach them a lesson?" The Demon Emperor said through voice transmission. "Forget it, we've just arrived here. It's not good to act rashly." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. After that group of people entered the city, the other martial artists actually didn't have any complaints and continued to enter the city. What's going on? Could it be that some great power is making them angry but don't dare to say anything? Ling Xiao thought in confusion. Afterwards, Ling Xiao prepared to pay the gold coins to enter the city. Who knew that the guard at the gate would sneer and say, "It's obvious that you've just come from outside and don't know the rules. We don't accept gold coins here. We only accept Xian crystals. If you don't have Xian crystals, please take a detour." Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had seen a city that charged such a fee. They didn't accept gold coins, only Xian crystals. This was something that had never happened before in any city. Ling Xiao didn't think that the other party was tricking him. Just as Ling Xiao was about to argue with the guard, a fatty beside him came over and said in a low voice, "I say, brother, you can tell that you don't have any Xian crystals, right? I have some here. Do you want them?" The fat man looked to be about 25 years old, but his body was like a barrel. His double chin trembled when he smiled, and his eyes were narrowed into slits. One look, and you could tell that he was a profiteer. At this time, The guard laughed and said, "Fatty Wei, you're here to pick up Pingy again." It was obvious that this fatty often appeared here. The guards of the city were already so familiar with him. The fat man laughed dryly. "This young master. I'm in a difficult position. How can I say that I'm picking up Pingy?" Ling Xiao didn't answer. Another few cultivators entered the city, and they all handed over 5 pieces of low-grade Xian-grade crystal as promised. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao was sure that this city was different from the others. He muttered in his heart, "If I had known earlier, I would have asked Senior Liu about the situation in Nantian City. I say, brother, do you want exchange for Xian crystals? As long as you can take out a level 3 spirit grass, a Xian artifact, or some kind of Xian skill, it's fine." The fatty approached Ling Xiao and said with a flattering look. Ling Xiao chuckled, "I still have a few Xian crystals. There's no need to be polite." With that, Ling Xiao handed over 10 Xian crystals to the guard. When the fatty saw this, he exclaimed with a pained expression, "Damn it! If you have Xian crystals, you should have taken them out earlier. Why are you acting like a fool here? What a waste of this young master's precious time." Ling Xiao didn't lower himself to the fatty's level and strode into the city. As soon as he entered the city, Ling Xiao was shocked once again. The official road in the city was dozens of meters wide. It was the widest street he had ever seen. For such a large official road, the flow of people shouldn't appear to be so dense. However, the situation was exactly the opposite. On the official road, the martial warriors riding on all kinds of strange spirit beasts were constantly moving back and forth, causing the tens of meters wide official road to be filled with noise. Those high-level spirit beasts would occasionally let out provocative growls, while those low-level spirit beasts had no choice but to take the initiative to give way. Here, only those high-level martial warriors and spirit beasts could walk freely. Those who were not strong could only squeeze to the side. It was like going to market. It was a bustling scene. On both sides of the official road, there were bejeweled jade palaces, dazzling shops, and luxurious restaurants. Just looking at the buildings here, it was countless times more luxurious than the Purple Heaven City and the Thousand Bee City. At the side, the Demon Emperor only glanced at it and said indifferently, "In such a remote and backward place, it's rare to have such a small-scale, bustling city." When Ling Xiao heard this, it was as if his heart had been ruthlessly stepped on, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. If this was only a small-scale, bustling city, then wouldn't his hometown, Meteorite City, become a wild latrine pit? However, after comparing it, it was true that Meteorite City was just an isolated and backward place. For no reason, Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. Reading 10,000 books is not as good as walking 10,000 miles. This was indeed a famous saying. If he had been content with the status quo and stayed in Meteorite City or the Purple Heaven sect, how would he have discovered that the outside world was so colorful and prosperous? Then, Ling Xiao began to wander around Southern Sky City like a farmer entering the city. After all, finding the Heaven Gu Divine art required opportunity, and it wasn't something that could be found in a day or two. Since he had already come here, he needed to get a good feel for the local customs and see if there was anything here that could surprise him. After walking for a long time, Ling Xiao found that he had only walked a third of the area of Southern Sky City. There were still many places that he had not visited. For no reason, he sighed, "A big city is really not ordinary." Ling Xiao stopped and walked toward a restaurant. At this moment, the fatty that he had seen outside the city gate appeared not far away. He saw that this fatty also had quite a personality. He was actually riding a pig. A low-tier third-stage spotted pig didn't have much attack power, and its speed was also the slowest among all the spirit beasts. Its biggest characteristic was that it could eat and sleep, and it was no different from an ordinary domestic pig. Ling Xiao found that the fatty and the spotted pig were a perfect match. The people at the side seemed to be very familiar with the fatty, and they kept smiling and greeting him. "Brother, we meet again. It's really fate. Come, let's go up and have a drink." The fatty's eyes were sharp, and he actually saw through the crowd and immediately called out to Ling Xiao. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.